Minister of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology. Welcome. We're happy to have you. We're also happy to have permanent secretaries and senior public officers. Welcome. We're also welcoming our chair and executive members of the Internet Society Barbados chapter, all the specially invited guests, which I'll get back to in a moment. Teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever Caribbean Youth Governance Forum. We are leading the charge. I hope you guys recognize the significance of today. Barbados is leading the charge in the Caribbean Youth Governance Forum. So take a moment, guys, and embrace it. First, okay. Now, to our most important persons today, which are the youths of today. Now, I spoke to each of you already, and you know what we're about to do. This is time for our shout-outs. So, cameraman, are you in the house? Let me remind y'all, we're giving out prizes after, so who come next, know that. Okay, let's see who can do better than cameraman. Princess Margaret. Okay, let's see who can do better than that. Reagan Seeley. Okay, I like that one. All right, we have Frederick Smith. I like that one too. Dayton Griffith. Drayton Griffith? Oh, Dayton Griffith. Let me do it again. Dayton Griffith. I love it. I love it. She's the only person representing her school there this morning, so you have to give her a round of applause. We have St. Leonard's Boys. We also have Edison Teachers Training College. Apparently we don't have them anymore. I know you guys are here. We also have Foundation. I know they're here as well. And last but not least, we have Barbados Seventh-day Adventists. Thank you guys for coming. We really do appreciate you guys showing up. We have exciting stuff for you guys here today. Now, a little housekeeping matters. The bathrooms are located to my left. However, we're going to be using that back entrance. We're trying not to clog up this area, okay? Additionally, be reminded that your cell phone should be on mute. You know, we don't want to distract the speakers who might be likely to forget what you're saying if any distraction occurs. All right then. Again, just let it sink in, the first ever Caribbean governance reform. Now, let me come off the stage and invite my director, our director of Internet Society Barbados chapter, Mr. Rodney Taylor, as he lets you know what is going to happen today. Welcome, Rodney.
Thank you very much, Janelle. Good morning. Senator to the Honorable Kay McConney, Minister of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology. She's also my minister as well. Pleased to have you here. And we are also expecting the arrival of the Honorable Adrian Ford, who's the Minister of Youth and Community Empowerment. But we want to welcome, as Janelle pointed out, also Permanent Secretary and other senior public officers, and of course, especially invited guests, and you, the most important, our students, because without you, we'd actually not be able to have this forum. So we understood it was difficult at this time of the term to reach out to some of you, but we're glad that we did reach some of you and that you were able to attend. We also have some students who are not in uniform, but we're very happy to have you. I should let you know that the forum, I think it was mentioned, is being streamed live. Okay, so we have a stream provider in New York who is restreaming this for us, so you have a global audience, and I would encourage you to just relax there. We're just having a conversation, all right? No need to be nervous. We hope that you are interactive. You ask the panelists. We have a very nice set of panelists lined up today, and And this, of course, is the Internet Governance Forum. So what is Internet governance in the first place? What is it? Anyone curious to guess? I think the definition was up there just now. So if you remember that. And by the way, we're giving out prizes today for participation. We have a quiz session later, and at the break, we actually want to do something that's fun. We want to do a mannequin challenge. And you're familiar with that, right? Of course you are. Good, good, good. So we want to encourage your participation in that at the break. All right? And we'll be giving away prizes for like the most interesting and unique pose. Right? And they're very nice prizes too. So what is Internet governance? Anybody wants to answer the guess? The interaction has started already. Anything? It's like the government of the Internet? Yes, go ahead. Alright, close. Alright, so let's go to the definition there. Because it's a very complex subject, and if you look at that diagram, if you can see it clearly, there are a lot of things going on. There are a lot of things, and you'll see stuff about policy in there. You'll see the Visa cards with online payments. You'll see ICANN, W3C. You'll see a lot of companies that do business on the internet, like Facebook and Google and all of those. Those are all involved because the internet is such a complex thing, right? It involves not just the technical standards, but we use it in many different ways every day. So a lot of you are on social media. Who's on Facebook? All right, most people, right? Snapchat. Yeah, right. Instagram. Right. There you go. Of course, on YouTube, right? What do you do on YouTube? You listen to music. You watch educational videos. That sounds like a no. So, right. Actually, can do it quickly. But let me just by way of definition, is the development and application of shared principles, norms, rules, decision-making procedures, and programs that shape the evolution and use of the internet. So we use it, to summarize that, we use it every day, the internet, but we don't really think about how it is developed. And of course, the internet 25 years ago is different from the internet today, and the internet 5 years and 15 years from now is going to be different. So who gets to determine what that internet will look like? Well, it is shaped, it is developed based on policies and technical standards, and there are different, a multiplicity of players who are involved. We call them stakeholders. So even from you, end users, when you use the internet, you may have your own concerns about things like cyberbullying, cyberstalking. You may have concerns. Your parents may have concerns about the amount of time you spend on the social media or on your mobile phones. The phenomena of addiction to Facebook, to gaming. And we will actually touch on that today just a bit. So there are lots of positives, there are negatives about the internet. There's cybersecurity, of course. There are laws that govern how things are done. There's policy in terms of taxation. All of that. So there are a number of issues, a number of perspectives. There are gender rights, there are political rights. There are some countries, for example, that actually block internet access altogether. Some countries block certain sites, so they control the information that their citizens have access to. Should that be allowed? Is there anyone that can stop it? And so on. So there's a whole governance framework around the internet. And in 2006, if I remember correctly, the United Nations formed the first Global Internet Governance Forum. And it brought together a number of players. So you know the United Nations, right? All the countries, most countries in the world belong to the United Nations, and they felt, you know what? The internet is really changing the entire world. How we do business, how we interact, and all of that. So maybe we should have a discussion about it, about how it is developed, how it will shape, how we will shape laws around it and that kind of thing. How can we keep it open? How can we ensure that it remains for the benefit of mankind? So, 10 minutes for me. Right, so this is not the first one, but it is one internet governance forum. I've been to two of them. I've been to one in Hyderabad. Anybody knows where that is? You're not supposed to answer. Any student knows where Hyderabad is? Hyderabad? Hyderabad. Hyderabad. Yes, it is definitely in the world. Going once. So I guess it didn't hear Charles, but it's in India. It's in India, right? It's in India. I also went to one in Lithuania. You know where Lithuania is, right? Close. Close. Yeah, it's in Europe. It's in Eastern Europe. It's not, no, it's a country by itself, but it's in Europe, Eastern Europe. So there are actually lots of opportunities for even young people to participate and actually go to these meetings, because we're having our first youth forum here in Barbados. And I'll tell you about the one we had last year. Not a youth forum, we had an internet governance forum. But the youth forum also takes place at a global level, and there are opportunities for you to participate. The organization that I happen to be chair of at the moment has a youth program, and there are many opportunities for you to travel with your parents' permission, of course, to attend some of these meetings. And we want to be doing more of these kinds of engagements. We hope that today we'll be doing a report with some policy recommendations, and those recommendations can help to inform Barbados when we go to represent the country at these international meetings, so we can address your concerns as young people in our policy documents together. So, I mentioned that we had a forum last year, but it wasn't a youth forum, it was an Internet Governance Forum. It was a national forum. It was held from June 22nd to 23rd, if my memory is correct, at the Capel School of Business. We had close to 100 participants, and we streamed that live as well. The videos are up on our Facebook page. You can go and see some of the discussions that took place. And out of that, actually I want to pause and acknowledge the presence of Minister Adrian Ford, Minister of Youth and Community Empowerment. And if we can just usher him to the front. Thank you. So we will be having a second forum this year, a national forum, and that is from July 19th to 20th at the same venue, Capel School of Business. And we'll tell you how to sign up for that, and you are definitely welcome to join and participate, and we'll be happy to hear from you in that national forum as well. Spaces are limited, so I think the registration is already up. We happen to have the chair of the organizing committee here with us, and you will be hearing from her a little bit more because she's moderating the first panel discussion this morning. So I mentioned some of the players who are involved in internet governance. They call them stakeholders, but they're really just people who are involved, or agencies, or companies, and other organizations. One very important one is ICANN, and that stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So, an address? Great, yeah. So, CNN, for example, that address, that IP address, Internet Protocol address, actually represents CNN. So, when you type in the URL, it translates it into a number, it finds that website somewhere in the world, and it brings you back the content you're looking for. That has to be managed through policy, through technical standards, and so on. You have the ITU, which is a UN agency, International Telecommunications Union, and they deal with technical standards and telecommunications policy around the world. You have the Internet Engineering Task Force. They also deal with technical standards, We have the Internet Society, and the way that the Internet Society operates, it has chapters all around the world. So Barbados is proud to have a chapter of the Internet Society, and they were established to ensure the free and open development of the Internet. So what we take for granted now, we really shouldn't take it for granted, because a lot of the freedoms that we enjoy online could in fact be threatened by all kinds of things. So the Internet Society seeks to ensure that the Internet continues to be developed for the good of mankind in an open and consultative manner. We also have other organizations. I wouldn't get into them now, just in the interest of staying on track with the time. But there are a host of other organizations, and the point is that there are opportunities for you to participate within these organizations, because they like to know that they're including issues and recommendations from developing countries, however small, so that different perspectives would help to shape policy in a more equitable way. So now on to today. Having said, about all the different topics we've talked about, today we're focusing on three main ones. Gaming and social media, and we have a very good panel for that, issues and challenges. So what are some of the benefits to gaming? Is it just all a waste of time? Should you really just be focusing on your schoolwork and getting good grades and get off the League of Legends and the, what else? Who? Fortnite? Fortnite, okay, we have some Fortnite people in the house. What else? PUBG, right, never heard of that one. But yeah, so I'm sure that your parents have a lot to say about that. So we'll discuss that today with what are some of the benefits. Is it all just a waste of time? Are there benefits to it in this multi-billion-dollar global industry? We're also looking at the Internet, a world of possibilities for education, and I'm excited to talk about that as well. For example, we have a librarian on that panel, and is the library obsolete? When else have you been to the library? Is anybody still going to the library to borrow a book? Okay, good, more than I thought. Right, so you don't just Google it. Okay, right, hopefully not. So we'll be talking about that, and the world of possibilities, and there's so many things you can do on the internet to enhance your knowledge. All kinds of prestigious Ivy League universities have content there that you have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to access, and it's there. But you just have to know where to find it. And the internet business opportunities. Like I mentioned, is it all just fun and games? Is it all just a place to hang out online with your friends and play games? Or are there real opportunities that can, give you income, financial income? What are some of are Barbadians doing business on the internet? Are there successful business models on the internet? Because I'm sure you could do this with extra money at this age, right? Right? Extra money. I could. So I'm sure you could as well. And wouldn't you like to be maybe a the next Mark Zuckerberg, the next multi-billionaire living in Barbados, on the West Coast perhaps? I'm sure you could. So we'll be talking about that, and yeah, that's it. And I hope you have an enjoyable day. Please, it's interactive. I brief some of the panelists that we're not lecturing to you. We want to hear from you. We want to hear what you think about what you're saying, about your own experiences, and doing some giveaways as well. So I really want to thank you for coming out. I want to thank the panelists for agreeing to be here, and we want to thank the honourable ministers for agreeing to join us today. And with that, I will actually just invite Honourable Minister Ford to the podium. Just before he comes, I want to, he's Minister of Youth and Community Empowerment. I'm told that he's affectionately known as Medic, but today is an acronym. Maybe he can explain to us what it means, but thank you very much.
Pleasant good morning for one and all. I see a lot of bright faces in here. You call it internet faces? That's very good. You wanted me to explain the acronym MEDIC. The M is for motivation. E is for empowerment. sometimes it can be used as entrepreneurship. D is for determination, development. I is for innovation. We are in an innovative age. The internet is innovation at its best. Right now, with the press of a button, we can know what is going on in the mesosphere. That is technology. And I'm saying that we have to use technology, but to the best of our ability for the best reasons. That's the most important thing. The use and the misuse of technology and how it affects us, how it affects every one of our lives. And I think that is where the conversation really needs to start, and we really have to take it from there as to where we are going with technology. But the C means here, commitment. And in everything we do, there must be care and commitment. So that's just an aside to explain to all everybody what medic really and truly means. Alright? But trust me, in each and every one of us, we have a medic lying deep within our fortitude. And it's important for us to, at some point in time, care for someone. It is important for us, at some point in time, help to develop persons around you. It's important at some point in time to mentor a person, as one of your friends, your neighbors. All of us have to work collectively so that Barbados can succeed. And the faces you see before me today, trust me when I say, you all could be the next Minister of Youth. You could be the next Minister of Innovation and Science. You could be the next Prime Minister that I see in here. And the one thing that can provide that vehicle is technology, the internet. What we have before us. When I was young, I never heard the only tube I know about was a YouTube. And that was Tube Smarties. Sorry. That's the only tube we know about. But nowadays, there is something called YouTube, sorry. And on YouTube, you can click a button and find almost anything. But as I said, the most important dynamic in all of this is how we use it to better ourselves. And that is very important. I want at least that salient message to be transferred today in our discussions. How we use the internet to better ourselves. Because Barbados, unfortunately, don't have gold, we don't have bauxite, we don't have natural resources. The only resource we have is people, human resource. And the bright faces before me today will determine the future of this country. And it's in our effort as a government to produce global citizens. And the only way we are going to do that is if we marry technology with the people skills that we have. And to this end, we, as a government, we commit to ensure that every single person in this country, especially the young persons, have an opportunity to be the best that they can be. And using all the tenets available to them, including, and most importantly, technology. So we're going to my speech now. I don't want to be long today because I know young people don't like long speeches. I'm really honored to address you at this inaugural Barbados Youth Internet Governance Forum. The government is pleased to partner with the Barbados chapter of the Internet Society to make it a reality. I believe that it is critical that as a new administration, we engage directly with the youth in order to develop meaningful and relevant policies that affect you. As part of our commitment to the youth, our party developed a youth manifesto called For Future Forward, with the theme, Vote for the Future You Want. I repeat, vote for the future you want. This is indeed relevant in the sense that the Internet Governance Forum is about shaping the future that you want, you as young persons. With respect to the Internet, how it is governed, how policies are set, what rights are protected, and how we can engage with the world in a meaningful and productive way. The Internet has grown exponentially since the introduction more than 25 years ago. That's older than most of you in this room. I'm a little older, trust me. You are therefore privileged to be born into a very exciting era that has placed the power of communication literally in the palm of your hands. In the right hands tool, this tool can become a source of knowledge, a source of wealth, a force for societal change, and for building positive communities. It's important that we have positive communities. The operative word here is positive. The likes of Google, Facebook, Twitter, and many multi-billion-dollar companies that did not exist 20 years ago, indeed, they owe their existence to the internet. Incidentally, the world's first search engine was actually developed by Alan English, who is a Barbadian. He was honored by the Barbados chapter of the Internet Society in 2017, and was also inducted into the Internet Hall of Fame that same very year. We can, as Barbadians, be proud of his contribution. You can give him a round of applause. He is Barbadian. We have to be proud of everybody who has done something globally for Barbados. I mentioned the Internet as a force for good. However, as you may well know, it can also be used in destructive ways. I will repeat, the Internet can also be used, I said misused, in destructive ways. We are aware of the scourge of cyberbullying, cyberstalking, and fake news, just to mention a few. And there's no better recipient than myself as a politician, and how to deal with news when it is not true. Some people call it satirical news, other parties. By the end of the day, when news is not true, or when there's not honesty involved, it can have an indelible effect on a person's life. And we have to really be aware of it. Because I am sure that every single one of us in this room has had the experience of being exposed to being at the receiving end of someone sending out information that is false. And they know the hurt and pain and the destruction that they can cause. It is a very serious thing. I want persons to understand what they're doing before they press that little button and how it can affect persons. It's very, very important. This includes the circulation of scenes from tragic accidents and incidents. How often have we seen that? Where there's a scene of an accident or incident that took place, and before the families can be notified, it's all over the internet. Can you ever imagine if you are a family member, you're looking at your phone, texting your friend, it can be something related to the school, and all of a sudden you see a picture of a relative involved in an accident. Just take a second to imagine who you would feel. It is not a very good feeling. Trust me now. I have experienced it personally. So it's something we have to think about before we take, as I say, press that little button. And these accidents, they post them on platforms like WhatsApp. They email them, where individuals will rather take a photo of a tragic incident or something that is bad or nefarious that has happened, rather than to take a photo of someone like giving a helping hand, or someone rescuing a dog, or someone receiving an award. Trust me, what is happening here today will not go viral, but if that's something for the naked departure, it certainly would. This is something we have to look at, and we have to understand what we are doing. The internet, as brilliant a tool as it is, the misuse is just as deadly. So we have to be cognizant of that when we press that button. As I say, I call it press that button because when you press the little button, you can almost do everything and see it, almost everything that's going on all over the world. And we have to remember that when we press that button. It is in this context that the youth IGF is very relevant and timely. I understand today's discussion will center around social media and gaming, including the issues and challenges associated with this rapid growing phenomenon. The internet in education is also another relevant topic, given the plethora of online learning platforms such as Academics, Future Learning, and Coursera, to mention a few. I am also aware that the forum will look at business opportunities on the internet. As you will be aware, there is no shortage of business models or businesses that can leverage the power of the internet to reach global markets. It is within this context that I wish you a very productive discussion this afternoon. See this as an opportunity to shape not just the future of the internet, but your own future and that of Barbados. You have to understand that you are the future of this country. You are the important cog in Barbados' own existence. And if you don't get it right with you, when I say you, I mean the young people of this country. If you don't get it right, we lose the entire country. And we have to use your creative imagination, because that is the one thing that we have to propel this country. The untamed and uncut talent that you have here, your innovative spirit, your imaginative spirit. And that is the only thing that Barbados have right now. Because we had a Prime Minister who once said, one of the things about Barbadians across the world is that they're able to punch above their weight. When it comes to education, as you see over there in sports, we have to believe that we can dream that special dream in Barbados. And this government will partner with you. We will walk hand in glove to ensure that you have every opportunity using all the technological devices to be the best that you can be. And that is a commitment across the board by our administration. Ladies and gentlemen, embrace the opportunities for learning, for connecting with the world, and in participating more actively in your society. Our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mayor Amar Montley, is very adept at social media, as you may be aware. Press conferences are streamed live, like what is happening here. Provide the opportunity to keep the public informed and to ensure full participation. Our mission, as we use these tools, must be to ensure that no one is left behind. If we lose one, as I continue to say, we lose one too many. In this regard, our administration has established a Ministry of Science, Innovation, and Smart Technology, headed by none other than our Senator, the beautiful and Honorable Kim McConnell. She's right here standing, in fact, sitting in front of me, sorry. And I thank her for inviting me, of course. That ministry will shortly be rolling out exciting initiatives, such as a smart city in Bridgetown. You will hear, of course, from our good Senator more about this in due course. My intention is not to deliver a long address this morning, but to wish you a successful forum, and I look forward to the report that will come at the end of the discussions. I wish to ensure you that the government will consider your recommendations as we seek to make Barbados the best it can be, and as we seek to make you true craftsmen of your faith. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful day.
Join me once again in thanking the Honorable Adrian Ford, aka Medic, for his contribution this morning. At this time, we ask you to give us a few minutes as we invite the next panel, the first panel of this morning, to get ready. So, a few minutes, or 2 minutes. Well, let's come back.
Oh, you did it without me saying.
Hi, good morning. My name is Asha Ford. I am assuming that the hat I'm wearing today will be the chairperson of the Barbados Internet Governance Forum Steering Committee, which means that I'm responsible for organizing this event. Um, and last year, after we had our first forum, my colleague thought that it would be prudent for us to have a forum specifically for youth. Even though I want you guys to know that you are all specially invited to the IGF, even though it's not specifically for the youth, we would love to have you there. And it is free and open to the public. All you need to do is register at igf.be. Go to the website, have a look at our schedule, and if it's something you see something that interests you, please register and join us on July 19th and 20th. So now that I've gotten the plug on today, I am going to be moderating today for our panel on gaming and social media issues and challenges. And today we have joining us, is that Jason at the end? Great. So we have Jason Edjo from Gamers Overclock, and I'm going to let Jason introduce himself and tell you a little bit about him.
Alright, good morning to everyone. So my name is Jason Angel. I represent Gamers on the Clock. A bit of a background. I am a student, a former student of the university, so to my friend over there, you're not alone. I've done my associate degree here at community college. I've also done my bachelor's degree at the University of the West Indies. And I'm certified A plus and A plus, and I'm also a Microsoft certified technician as well. So a bit of a background. Gamers on the Clock is actually, you can call it a gaming clan or a gaming group. We have a Facebook page. We were established around July 23rd, 2011, so we've been around for a little bit, a little while. We started with 18 persons. We're currently at 103 people. And basically what we do is we collaborate, we talk about gaming, we talk about PC modding, we talk about the environment in which we all function, and we look for ways to improve ourselves and also how we game all. So that's the main focus of our.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we have Tiana. Tiana Gerson, she's a student. Tell us about yourself.
Hello, my name is Tiana Jerson. I go to the medical school. Well, technically not anymore. I graduated last week. But I look forward to telling you about social media.
Thank you, Tiana. And next we have Alvin Taylor, who's also a gamer.
So, good morning everyone. I'm Adam Taylor, 19. I went to Harrison College, currently on gap year. I'm here, I guess, to just talk about my experiences with and my experience with gaming, how I feel this impacted me and what I want to go on to do with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. And finally, last but not least, we have Camilla Quebecan, who's a writer.
Hi, good morning. I'm Camila. Don't get thrown off with the term forensic psychologist. That's just a long term. I won't get into that because the forensic part is not why I'm here. But I work with children in primary schools doing interventions on behavioral and social skills, improvement, that kind of stuff. I'm also a gamer. When I get time, I do try to play those games. My games are Fortnite and Mario Kart. So I will be using a lot of Fortnite examples for the Fortniters in the audience. I'll be using a lot of Fortnite examples when I speak. So hopefully you for those who aren't Fortniters can follow along. I got my first degree in psychology at UD, and I fittingly did my master's online at Walden University, and I will be doing my PhD online at Walden University as well. I'm not going to go into the talk about the next panel, but just showing you how education has become global, where you can do a degree online and receive certification online. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Okay, just quickly, the online audience has asked us to repeat the names of the panelists. So at the end, we have Jason Edgell from Gamers 12 O'Clock. We have Tiana Jerson, who's a student. We have Adam Taylor, who's a gamer. And we have Camilla Cadegan, who's a authority. Okay, well, let's get into the conversation.
Well, both Tiana and I have participation as well.
Okay, so Tiana, you want to answer? And you can try it.
Good morning. Social media, friend or foe? I really want you to think about this question. A wise man once said, technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master. I completely agree with this. Social media is a double-edged sword. It can have both favorable and unfavorable consequences. I was asked to speak to you about social media and its impact on my life as a teenager. Over the weekend, I thought about it and I did some research. According to Bailey Parnell, we are heavily reliant on social media, so much so that we get anxious when we are away from our social media. I honestly thought that was ridiculous. Me being away from my Instagram and my Facebook making me anxious? Nah. Over the weekend, I went to a sleepover. The research I did made me more aware of my friends being on social media a lot. We were constantly on our phones. I mean, of course we would have good conversations in the nighttime, but in the morning, we were dead silent. We were on our phones, and there was no conversation. So I decided to put Miss Parnell's theory to a test. I told my friends, put your phones down. Let's have a deep, meaningful conversation. It lasted for about 5 or 10 minutes. And then they went back to, well, they felt the need to check their phones to see if someone messaged them or to send a snap. And even I felt like checking my WhatsApp or even going on my Facebook. Going on my Facebook to see a funny slide or a funny post or something like that. Oh my God, Garfield and stuff. But it really made me think. I am really addicted to social media. But could you imagine life without social media? Not being able to let everyone know that I slayed at graduation with my dress, my hair, my nails, all touched by God. I don't mean to be dramatic, but imagine if my relatives who live overseas cannot double tap and like that. I'd be really sad. What about messaging people? Sometimes it's better for me to message someone than to talk to them face to face. It's very convenient. And sometimes a quick voice note could save my phone credit. I don't have that kind of money. Furthermore, I am not me without Pinterest. I use Pinterest to find outfits, makeup tips, life hacks, skirt styles. It's a girl's best friend. Best of all, social media gives me the opportunity to stay updated with my friends and the latest trends. I treasure social media. However, I can't ignore the detriments it may create when abused or misused. I plan to give myself time limits on my phone. I believe social media should be an aid to our lives, but it should not be our lives. With that being said, are you, like my friends and I, when we were at the sleepover? Are you using social media, or are you being used by social media? Thank you.
Right, so good morning again, everyone. Sorry, my experience with gaming, video games in general, and how it's helped me throughout life so far. Well, right, for me personally, video games they've always been a part of my life. Since I got my first Game Boy SP back when I was like 11, to Nintendo DS, till I got my PS2, and then all the way up in secondary school, when I met my first real set of friends, like, the friends that I know would stay with me for like high school. Because video games offer lots of chances for social interaction. This is me in fourth form with a group of my friends. Because we got the idea to start sort of League of Legends professional group. You see, all of us played back then, so we decided to. This was the beginning of Harrison College's first esports group, really. Because so video games offer lots of opportunities for social interaction, I feel, as well as the development of the social skills. Through gaming, you can meet and bond with all of your friends. For example, there are people here in the audience that play Fortnite. Apparently, no one plays the Legends anymore. Because I remember I started working part time at uni, and then I found out that lots of my coworkers they played games like Fortnite, and then the PlayStation 4 games. It allowed me to get closer with them. It was a source of the topic to bond. Because when playing with your friends, I love the joy and frustration that comes with winning a match, losing, after spending hours just trying to find a safe space, escape the storm. Again, Fortnite. All of that. All of that is an experience that gives you a chance to grow closer with people around you. I feel. So along with the social aspect of gaming, video games can be just as impactful on the individual. Lots of video games have super immersive stories, gorgeous artwork. It's not coming through too clear on the projector. This is actually a screenshot from the new God of War game that I was playing. The entire game itself is full of these beautiful cutscenes, emotional story, and just epic gameplay. So this is a source of inspiration. This is a source of inspiration for me as well, because people can go and they create these whole entire worlds that that we as players the players we get to go and we get to have the time of our lives. At the end of it all, we feel that we're a part of the story. And as I said, this does serve as a source of inspiration for me for what I would like to go on to study. I'll be going hopefully later on this year to study game design and programming overseas in England. And the main reason I've chosen to do this really is because of my experience as I've been growing up. I've gone to play these video games. I've gone to be part of all sorts of things, and eventually I want to go on to learn the skills. To then go and create my own games, to be able to play test, and to make games that hopefully will last well into the future. That's just about it for me. This next slide, that's just again another screenshot from a game I played, God of War. That's it.
The discussion is not just going to be us here on the panel. You guys get to be involved as well. There are 2 microphones on either side of these areas here. And if you have a question, just line up at the mic and I'll get the ball rolling because I have a burning question for Mr. Bedouin. But feel free. But you don't know. Okay, go ahead.
Alright, so I wanted to touch a little bit on gaming as it impacts the social economic impact it has, and what you can get out of being a gamer. When you start school, your parents are usually saying, I want you to be a doctor, I want you to be a lawyer, I want you to be a bank manager, etc. But nobody tells you the types of opportunities that you can have being a gamer, right? In fact, most people think it's just a waste of time. So I brought with me a list of some of the careers that you can get into in gaming, and there is a very long list. So it includes things like graphic artists, economists, effects artists, hardware, electrical engineers, industrial designers, motion designers, level designers. You can do story writing if your focus is on literature. You can also go the route of a professional gamer, but this particular path carries a little bit more risk than some of the other paths that I would mention. In terms of making a career out of gaming, the average income is about $23,000 a year. And that is just specifically some of the things that I would mention just now. For professional gamers, when you join a gaming league, there are cases where you can have some of those bonuses of $40,000 when you sign up, and then it comes up to $4,000 per year. And then there are other avenues that you can also make money in streaming, for example. I know a lot of people play Fortnite, so I'm assuming that you watch a lot of Fortnite streamers online, and some of those people are actually multi-millionaires just because they put out content that people want to see. So during the course of this discussion, you can also ask me about how you can become a streamer, what are the kind of requirements that you need to have, and then how you can work a path towards being a professional gamer, or even some of the other jobs that are out there that you might be interested in. One thing to note is that Ronnie would have alluded to it earlier. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and in 2017 alone, it was $30.4 billion spent in this industry, and that presents a significant opportunity for foreign exchange earning as it relates to Barbados and our current economic situation. It also presents an opportunity for you as an individual to better yourself and to develop and to become something that you are happy with, and not just something that you are pushed into a role because somebody says, yeah, this is what I think you should do. Like my friend Adam here, I would have started at a very young age. I would have come through all the consoles until I actually ended up being a PC gamer, and that's where I stopped right now. And as I alluded to initially, my focus is on gaming and modding. It is a community, not unlike a motorsports community, where you have people who come together with bragging rights, who come together to showcase their talent, to showcase their systems, to just get out there and have that kind of community experience and develop others. With that, I don't want to take too much more time, so I'm going to just hand it to the next person.
Good morning again. I was hoping to show you guys a video of the first time I played Fortnite, which is rather hilarious. Because I wanted to use that as a tool to show you the advantages of gaming from a cognitive perspective. As I'm a psychologist, I'm talking about how it improves cognitive ability. So the first thing is improving hand-eye coordination. So when I first played it was the first time was using the controller where you had to move the character with one joystick and then move the camera angle with the other joystick. And I can't get that figured out to save my life. So I was going in one direction, but the camera was looking the other direction, and then I saw the shots come, and I was like, you guys were shouting, I'd be like, turn around, like, and then it died. So that was the first time I played Fortnite, but now I kind of, got a better handle on it. So my hand-eye coordination when it comes to gaming has improved. It also improves problem-solving skills. So like, which weapon will I use if I want to get at this person. Obviously, if you want to get somebody at distance, you use the sniper rifle, right? But if it's something close range, you use the assault rifle. Also use the weapon that has the most, that will get the most hit points off. You know, y'all understand what I'm saying, right? Exactly. I just said Fortnite, my example, right? It will enhance your memory. Enhance memory skills, improves attention and concentration. That's self-explanatory. You have to be concentrating really hard when you're playing games. That's a fact. We know this. You can't be sitting down playing the game and be playing the game and watching TV at the same time. You can't. Well, sorry. When I say watching TV, I play Fortnite on Switch. So that's when we're watching TV. So we're doing both at the same time, right? It's a great source of learning. Not necessarily Fortnite, but you can also learn from when you're playing using your headset. You can learn from other people around the world because you'll be interacting with people from all over the world. And with that, it improves your social skills because you have to interact and talk with people, and you can't be talking over everybody. If you're working in a team or doing in a duo, you'll have to work together, right? And it improves your decision-making skills. Now, my strategy with Fortnite is I'm a coward. I'm a camper. I jump late from the bus, and then I watch where everybody goes. Then I try to find somewhere where nobody is. Raid that house and wait to see where the starlight is. Pray that I am in it, I don't have to move. If not, I just wait till like a minute left before the ice forms. And then I just run, find a house that nobody's in, wait. And then I wait till the starlight shrinks again, and then I go again. That's how I play. But you know, decision making, that's my strategy, right? It's a stress relief. Who agrees with me it's a stress relief? Gaming is a stress relief. But it also has its disadvantages. Who plays games rather than doing homework? I expect to see many hands up. Yeah. Who sleeps instead of who does not sleep and rather play games, right? So it disrupts your sleep habits, and sleep is very important. Who skips meals when they're playing games? Thank you. Exactly. You don't skip meals? Okay. And then when you get so immersed into this game and the gaming, sometimes you forget how to react with people when you're not in a game. So you become socially awkward. And then yes, it's a stress relief, but sometimes you use that to game and the gaming to repress things that happen. So something happens to you, and instead of dealing with it emotionally, you go and play a game and you say, I just push that back in the back of my head. And don't ever deal with it. So yes, it is fun and it's great, but it has its disadvantages. That's it.
So now that we've heard from everyone on the panel, do you guys have any questions? All right, let me talk about Mario Kart. I want to know, in your opinion, and from everybody as well, not just for me, how young is too young for Mario Kart? For video games in general, but specifically Mario Kart.
Well, for me, it depends on the game. The companies put the ratings on the games for a reason. Because they feel that, you know, a child, like, for example, I wouldn't expect to see a 7-year-old playing Call of Duty. It happens, but Call of Duty is rated mature because it has a lot of violent themes. Mario Kart, I think is suitable for children because yes, although you're violent, it's kiddie violent. You're hitting someone with mushrooms. You can't pick up a mushroom in real life and go and knock no somebody with it. No? But you can't find a gun. I'm not saying that guns are just laying around looking for it, but I would say you can't on Call of Duty, you can't just find a gun and run. But the visual imagery of it is so realistic. Right? Yeah. That is my pew pew pew, okay? That is my good song. Yeah.
There's no judgment here, okay? That's the only rule.
Right. So yes, you have to be careful from a psychological perspective that young people are very impressionable and that they take in what they see and would probably try to emulate it in real life. So you have to be very careful when it comes to young people.
Does anybody else want to jump in on that question? You have another question from the audience.
Well, just really quickly, like, for my little brother is 9 years old, and right, I wouldn't have him playing God of War with me, of course. He does play games like Lego Batman and Lego Marvel. Right, they're games designed for children, but they involve puzzle solving skills and whatnot. So I play with him to, I play with him just so he gets that chance, of solving those problems, that getting into gaming and stuff and thing. Then as he gets older, obviously newer games will be open to him, and then I'll play with him. So there are certain games for certain ages.
Okay, so we have our first question here, audience. If you could introduce. Oh, we have two. If you could just tell us your name before you ask the question, and tell us which panelist you want to ask your question to.
I am Joshua from Grade SUA Secondary School.
We didn't get your name,
A little
sorry.
louder.
I am Joshua from Grade SUA Secondary School. My question is to Alan.
Adam.
What was your first ever game that you played?
Alright, the first ever game I played, right back on my handheld Game Boy Advance was actually Pokemon Fire Red, back when I was 11. But in terms of my first computer game, but the first computer game I actually properly played was the League of Legends back in the first one. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Rodney Taylor, Internet Society Barbados chapter. My question is for anyone in the panel, really, but maybe the forensic psychologist can answer. I don't remember the guy's name, but he's one of the inventors of the iPhone. He said he would not give his kids a mobile phone. I don't remember the age, but at a certain age, because it's like giving them cocaine. It is highly addictive. It is highly addictive. And I have two kids, and I can testify that they're. If I pick my youngest son up at school, he wants to know where's his cell phone. He's like, "How was your day at school?" "Yeah, you got my phone here." It's like and from the time he gets into the car to the time we get home, if I don't say, "Well, put down the phone," he's on it, and he gets out, and it's the TV, and it's So as he grows older and he has access to social media, you could really spend a significant amount of time without even realizing it. I mean, hours and hours and hours. And I'm wondering if it'd be good to find out how prevalent an issue is in Barbados. I don't know if you have any stats or any research on that, but here was one of the inventors of the iPhone who was saying, never, because it is so highly and certainly if you do, there have to be certain parameters around it, just time limitations, cutoff times, ensuring that there's monitoring and all of that. So what is your view on that?
I have to answer that question or ask a question. What's the first thing y'all do when you get up in the morning? But no, what's the first thing? What's the first thing y'all do when y'all get up? Use the bathroom. Nobody picks up when they get up in the morning. Who falls asleep with it next to them? Exactly. So the first thing you do when you get up is to open this and check to see what you always when you went to sleep. No. Who is that? Who is that person? Who are those people? Right. And what is that? What is that? Because you want to see if you miss anything. It is like cocaine. You sleep and you cannot wake up good. You process of your egg good before you want to check your phone to see what did you miss when you went to sleep last night. Okay? It is something to do with the instant gratification of just of knowledge, of knowing. Like I have to know this now. I have to know what is going on in the world now. It's a psychological thing. Also, like when you post stuff to Instagram, you don't sit and wait to see when that heart come up. The first heart. No? I guess I talk to different people. Because that's what people tell me, that they post on their Instagram to see when the first, and they wait to see how many likes for it. And 5 minutes later to see how many likes I got now. And then 5 minutes later, how many likes you have now? That's not you? Be honest with me. So I live in Canada too. Oh, is that you?
Sometimes.
Exactly. So is this psychology of instant gratification? motivation and it raises endorphins. Like people like me, yay. And they like to know that people like you, even if it's just on Facebook or Instagram. So yes, parameters have to say you have to be very careful not to make this and just an extension of your hand. You have to have it in your hand in order to function. So that's why it's important to set up parameters very early. I don't know if any other women on that one.
Right, so I went on the other side of that coin. So basically, growing up, my parents were extremely strict. So we know video games, except when I visited friends, and when there were video games, it was controlled. So this is something that parents need to be involved in. Quite a few parents are. As we talked earlier about the ratings of the events from the ESRB, it's worth noting that about 51% of parents actually take an interest in what the kids are playing, and actually probably about 4% actually say no with the kids to find out what's going on. Create new proposals and stuff like that. I can tell you that on average, it's about 3.5 hours a week. Generally, across the world, people play video games. I actually play about 6 hours a day. But it doesn't mean that that's the first thing I do when I get up. I have other things to do around the house, I have to do everything work. But then it's like pretty raw. It's like that's when I meet different people and that's when I engage. And there is a lot of strategy to be had there. I want to say to parents, don't be discouraged because your children have an interest in it. For me personally, as a student when I was studying, that is what gave me my focus. And before every exam, I would sit down and play game for like 2 hours just to clear my head. And then I go into the exam and perform. And look where I am today. So it's not all negative. There are some risks involved, and we can talk about that too, in terms of addiction factor and not being able to put things down. But that is something that you can manage as a parent, and that's very important. Right? So if you are just the person who says, "Oh, I'm gonna play the game," it keeps them out of here. That's not going to work. You have to get in there. You have to be involved in your child's activity, and then you have to be able to set those parameters and those boundaries so that it doesn't become an excessive issue.
Thank you. We have two people from the audience.
And three.
Remember, three, sorry. Remember to tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Raquel Grace. I'm from Erdeston Teachers Training College. This is for anyone on the panel, but relating to what you just said. Some parents are not technologically inclined. So how can we build a platform to inform these parents about the benefits of gaming and what it can do for their children, knowing that they have different children with different types of learning?
That's no problem. I don't mind dealing with that. So there are a couple of groups in Barbados who actively discuss gaming. And the way we use to join one of those groups, as I said, I represent gamers at the top. There is also the Barbados Gaming Alliance, which is about 1,293 members. There is the Barbados Gamers United, which is about 150 members. There's Team Barbados Gaming. So there are forums that you can go on and you can ask questions, you can interact with people. We all have Discord channels. I don't know how many people know what that is, but it's an active voice chat where we meet and actually speak to people and interact during the game, plan our sessions, etc. More to your question, though, the best person you can actually learn from are the people in this room, the people who are actually gaming. You may be a parent, you may say I'm not technologically savvy, but I mean, one Saturday afternoon, you sit down and you say to your child, okay, let me see what's going on. Let's have an interaction. Let's discuss what's going on here, or perhaps you can show me what you're doing. And you can learn a lot from that, even if the child's making fun of you because you really suck at the beginning, but you can learn a lot from that. And you learn what drives them, and it's a good way to start a conversation and develop a deeper relationship with each other.
One thing I would also say is the PTAs at the PTA meetings could also probably reach out to some of the societies, the game societies in Barbados, and have a discussion. Some of you come in to talk to the parents in a forum at a PTA meeting to discuss the advantages of gaming, that's probably another way that the message together. Yeah.
You were first, but you can go.
Yeah.
But well, students get precedence. Sorry. So go ahead.
Alright, so my name is Akim Charles Sabro. I'm from the Barbados University.
Sorry, your name is
Speaking through mic.
Akim Charles Sabro. I'm from the Barbados University School. So my first question is like, what's your favorite type of game? Favorite genre?
This is for everybody? Or
Everybody. Even some of the audience, some students.
All right. Well, right. My favorite type of game I've always found are the adventure action type games. Right. Right. The type of games I get to go and explore about an environment, discover new things. Fight some battles along the way because. That's always been my favorite aspect of getting to explore and getting to see all these like huge and creative worlds that programs can make.
For me, I'm multifaceted. So I have a focus in first-person shooters. I play a lot of Titanfall, but I do a lot of racing games as well. But my focus is RPGs. I love RPGs. They're huge and immersive stories, and they can expand your knowledge and your vocabulary. They can teach you. I find that some of the best stories you can ever imagine are found in RPGs, and especially those that have multiple endings and give you options for choice and consequence and what happens along the story. So RPGs hands down.
Mine right now I guess I go RPGs, but when I was growing up, it was car racing games. Need for Speed. I'm a big car racing kind of game. But no RPGs. I'm a
Okay, so growing up, I didn't have a PSP or PS, but I used to play like low bar games, where they have these socks and stuff, and like little ice cream game and big cake. I didn't have much responsibility. My parents never let me they were very strict. They never let me have skateboards, Nerf guns, whatever I was one. But I like card games and Connect Four.
That's fine. Your next question.
Do any of you like streaming?
I do.
How long have you been streaming?
Well, initially it started as not so much streaming, but recording videos and posting them on YouTube. More recently got into streaming. I had to take a break due to a family emergency, but that's something that I'm starting about right now. So I usually stream on Twitch, Mixer. I used to do YouTube, but that's a little too much to manage, so I do Twitch and YouTube right now.
What would you say is your your biggest game over the years, over each year? Game that has given you a lot of maybe attention or give you a lot of joy, excitement, game that you really like?
That's a difficult question to answer. What I try to do is, I try to do reviews on stuff that has just come out, because that usually grabs people's attention. If you know, for example, Monster Hunter Online is coming up shortly, and you want to see what it is before you buy it or something like that, that's the kind of stream that I would normally do. But I spend most of my time playing Titanfall, so you'll find most of my streams are actually first-person shooters on that, where we basically dominate most of the time. But yeah, that's where we usually stream Titanfall, and sometimes people will actually, in the group, will actually ask me what particular game, and I will do a request. I will stream by request, so pretty much anything.
Next question. How often do you maybe find someone on a game and you end up meeting in person or become really good friends?
All the time.
Yeah, right. So, right, I can attest to that because I remember it was just last year actually. Right, I was playing League of Legends. I got randomly matched up with 90 people, and then all of a sudden, like midway through the match, this guy's talking about Ninja Man doing some of the things. So I'm like, wait a minute, is this guy from Barbados? So then I asked him. Turns out, yeah, he was. He was from Barbados. He went to another secondary school at the time. So then we added each other's friends and ended up meeting him in person. And in fact,
Right. And also for me, that's how my group started. Game was on the clock. And every year we host annual LAN party around Easter. And we come together. It's usually between 15 and 25 of us. We all bring our systems and we sit down and we pretty much game for the whole day. And outside of that, then we are always interacting, as I said, on Discord, on Facebook, and pretty much we met sometime back when we had an opportunity to do a television spot for Gamers Academy, which I think is still showing on television. And we were basically talking about what you need to get involved and how you can develop yourself. So, and then there's my international friends, because even though we have parties for local persons, we also enter the virtual lands, and we have friends who come from the United States and join us online to play and stuff like that. And there are a couple of you that I've known for a number of years, from my World of Warcraft days, from my Knights of the Old Republic days, and even from Titanfall. So friendships are there. We do meet a lot of people from different cultures and different backgrounds, and that's one of the other positives to gaming, is you get to learn about other people's ways of life and their culture.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Hi, Alicia Trotman, Internet Society. My question is for the entire panel, and specifically if the psychologist could weigh on this. A lot of games from back in Street Fighter times, when you have female characters, they're hyper sexy and the boom, the bam, and even in some of the games where they are fighting with the other soldiers and stuff, they're still in these sexy costumes. And then there's the violence towards them in these games where they're shot, and in other games they're run over if they're prostitutes, etc. Do you think that, especially you have teenagers, impressionable teenagers, boys and girls playing these games, if it would, one, impact on the female self-esteem, the look of these characters, and two, impact on the way that the male, when they're out of the gaming world, would treat females based on how they treat females and how they see females in the games?
Great question. I think media in general gives an idea of a beauty standard. When I was playing Street Fighter back in the day, Charlie was my favorite character. Wait. Well, let me get my games mixed up.
Yeah,
Right,
Chun-Li
right,
Street Fighter.
right.
Yeah.
Charlie was my favorite character just because she was a female. And I never really know, I didn't notice anything about, speaking from my personal perspective, didn't notice anything about her shape or I was more interested in the gaming. But I don't know if there are other women who be looking, or young girls looking at her fragrance same man. I wish I looked like her and could impact on their self-esteem. It is possible that you can look at the female and be like, well, she's so shapely and whatnot, and figure, yeah, maybe I want to look like her. When it comes to the boys playing these games, studies have shown that violence in games does impact on the psychology of young people, and that they can tend to be more violent in real life because they're playing these violent games. But I'm not sure, in my research, I never came across that it would affect how they treat women in particular. But it does tend to make them more aggressive, especially if that is the type of game they're playing all the time, that they tend to be more aggressive because they're getting fed this aggression through the games. And studies show that they tend to be more aggressive in real life. But that said, I'm not sure if they treat women specifically differently because they're fighting against women. I just think it's a general aggression, not just necessarily a peaceful, if that answers your question.
Yeah. Anyone else from the panel?
I would say that in a lot of the clients where you have a tag, and that's really go for that positive interaction. Where you have a game plan, there are a lot of rules that are in place in terms of conduct and how you respond to other people, and how you treat other people. And even in the world of professional gaming, those are things that can have refined, or things that can get kicked out of a particular group and stuff like that. So there is some level of control, I guess, against that sort of behavior. Mind you that everybody is different and everybody takes things differently, but the community on a whole doesn't really respond that way. Find sometimes you will get the often English jerk, that's what I call them, where the person is focused on a particular objective and they're so disciplined in this objective that they don't tolerate other people who are not as disciplined. But you'll find that there are casual groups, there are enthusiast groups, there are different sets of people that you can actually play with. Yeah, mostly that conduct is already tolerated within those groups.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Unless anybody else in town wants to weigh in, that's our time. You don't have time for any more questions, sorry. It is, we have a break now, so I would ask one more. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I have a question for everyone in the chair. Do you think social media is a part of gaming?
So yeah, I do indeed think social media, especially now, has become a huge part of gaming. Has become a huge part of gaming, whether it's in terms of spreading news and reviews about certain games, so you'd be more secure about buying it, or even in terms of forming clans and groups that to form a community of gamers online. I think especially now and increasingly more so, social media is becoming a bigger and bigger part of gaming.
Okay. All right, thank you. I want to thank our panelists for joining us today and the audience for their participation. And I think we have a break now.
Thank you, Asha. Thank you, panelists. Yes, we have a 15-minute break, a speedy break actually. We're going to have refreshments being served on this side, so that everybody go to this side, please. Also, remember the bathroom is on this side as well. And keep your phones on silent. Come on, guys, let's rally that way.
Thank you.
Check. check. 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2 check 1 2.
really quickly. We're a bit behind schedule, and I don't mean to rush you, but bring that pretty face up here. Congratulations, madam. All right. Now we have a question. Remember, I told you guys prior you need to pay attention. So this is the first question. What does the acronym ICANN stand for? ICANN. What does it stand for? Anybody remember?
Don't shout it. Don't shout it.
I hear it mumbling. I need to hear something. You know, sometimes I don't understand somebody raising your hand and saying something. No, remember, don't shout it at me. Raise your hand or stand up and say it so everybody can hear. Come on, we have 2 more prizes to give. Stand up. I can't hear you. Oh, okay. What does the acronym ICANN, I-C-A-N-N, stand for? You want to answer? I saw him first. Sorry, no. You have to break it down. Remember, I stand for something, C stands for something, A stands for something. You know, what does it stand for? Okay, awesome. We got a winner. You come forward. Our last question is, I hope you were paying attention. Jason Edgill was a panelist prior. What is the name of his gaming group? What was his gaming group called? Jason Edgill was a panelist in the session previously. What is the name of his gaming group? Thank you so much. Okay, can you stand for me, please? Whose hand was up first? I didn't see. Okay. What is the answer? Yes. Say it once again. Okay, that's the answer. Come on forward. Congratulations, that's the first quiz. So remember to pay attention if you want some of these goodies now. I'd like to invite our second panel, and it's being moderated by Karen Eichel. Karen Eichel, sorry. So I'll hand over to her.
Good morning, everyone. Now, I know that I'm not the first person here today, and I know that this is the first panel, and they just fed you, so we should be a little livelier than that. Let's try that again. Good morning. Good morning. Now they're talking. That now sounds like people that are interested in what's going on. Good morning, and welcome to the second panel discussion for the Internet Society of Barbados Chapters event. Are you excited? Yes. Did you enjoy this morning's presentation? Yes. All right, good. Now, someone said, a young person said, Internet technology has raised the education level in all countries, and it has changed the way students are being taught at schools. That's why it is very important that the present generation provide internet education for their young students. Someone else said, internet applications respond to students and other people's questions in real time. Students esteem Google as a new teacher and the internet as a school. That's why it is important for teachers to use information technology in education. Ladies and gentlemen, today's panel discussion is Internet, a world of possibilities for education. Our panelists today, we have, I'm your moderator, Karen Eichel, and you may be wondering what's my background as it relates to technology. I am an assistive technology trainer. I'll explain a little bit about that later if you want to know. I also am a passionate user of the internet, and I think that it provides all of us with a whole set of opportunities that weren't there before. Our panelists include Brett Everett, International School Consortium. We have Janelle Small, a librarian. Dr. Shamar Ward, I should say. He's a PhD candidate, so he's an IT assistant at CNC. And then we have Ms. Monica Gomez. She's from Cisco Networking Academy. Now, today's panel discussion, as I said, will focus on internet its uses in education. Each panelist will have 1 minute to introduce themselves, and then 5 minutes in which to give a brief presentation on the topic. So I'd like to start from, is that the very end? Shamar? Okay, so we'll start with Shamar at the very end and come closest to me with this bonus. So Shamar, you have 1 minute.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Basically, I am a PhD candidate at the University of the West Indies, Cape Town campus. I'm also a past next gen participant at ICANN, which all just recited the abbreviation for. I'm also a fellow for the IETF, which stands for the Internet Engineering Task Force. Basically, my research work looks at low-cost smart city and smart campus systems, which aids students in being able to find out information about their classes, basically to help students be more proficient at the university level. So basically, that is myself.
Thank you, Shamar. Let's give him a round of applause. I should have added that I don't know if my panelists are going to like this, but I'm a stickler for time. So, when I say you have 15 seconds left, I mean you have 15 seconds. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Brent Everett. You can tell by my accent that I'm not from here. I'm originally from the US. I've been in IT since I took a computer class in college and kind of changed my direction. I've been a network administrator, server admin, in a university context, as well as for a wholesale distributor. And then in 2006, my wife and I moved to China, where I was the IT director at an international school. And I've been working for that group and a group of international schools in China since that time. For the last 3 years, I've been living here in Barbados because my wife is Bajan. And I've been remote. I still work for the group in China and still support their IT infrastructure from here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Janelle Small. I am a librarian at the Alexandria School. My background in IT is in programming, and I utilize my IT technology in interior design and art because I'm very artistic. I'm also here a student at BCC studying the Library Information Technician course, and that's it for me.
And last but not certainly, by no means least, Mike.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Monica Gomez. I'm CSR manager. This stands for Corporate Social Responsibility at Cisco Networking Academy, which is a program that we created 20 years ago, only 14 after the company itself was created, to give support to all the educational institutions to be part of this evolving society that we were, as company, being part of and a great actor to do this change. So I'm very honored to say, by the way, that the BCC has recently joined the program, and now you are guys an academy at Cisco Networking Academy. Thank you.
And this is just a piece of me being a fandom. It's to say that, hey, I'm really happy to be on here today. I had the opportunity some years ago to take the Essentials of Information Technology course with one of the programs sponsored by Cisco out of Australia. And it was a course for persons who are blind and visually impaired, taught by the blind and participated in by the blind. So Cisco is doing a lot worldwide, not just for students like you, but students with disabilities. The internet technology has revolutionized the world. It is changing everything from the way that we interact with our friends to how we buy things online. They're telling me a lot of malls are going out of business because everybody's shopping online. But more than that, it is changing the face of education. Students now have opportunities to embark on programs that they never had before. You can experience the joys of learning anything practically from the comforts of your own home, taking classes at times that suit you. But more than that, research, learning about new concepts, new things, can come to life in a way that hasn't happened before. And so I will now invite each of our panelists, and I will start in reverse order with Monica, to give you a 5-minute presentation on internet, world of possibilities for education. Monica.
Thank you. Well, while I was taking my flight yesterday, very late at night because it was delayed for 3 times, and I arrived here at 3 a.m. this morning, I was thinking about how really life has changed and during the last 35 years. Well, it was then, when I was 15 only, that I had for the first time, I was a privilege by the way at the time, my first computer. It was a Commodore 64. So it was prehistoric. But at that time, that made me a challenge. You know, I had to go to learn how to make that work. And the teacher put on the board BASIC, Pascal, and COBOL. And he pretended me to program first in order to try to replace my typing machine by that Commodore 64. My daddy was an engineer, so technology was always coming home, even earlier than in some other of my friends' homes. So my first game, by the way, was an Atari. But when I just could play against the machine, not against one of my brothers or sisters, so we had to switch each other every 5 minutes, and we were arguing, no, it's my time, no, wait a minute, I have to end the game, no? So that was at that point. At that point also, under the educational perspective, our teachers were just deploying somehow information or data over us, no, as students. And unfortunately, the system was just trying to evaluate if we were able to carry information more than having the capability to be to criticize that information and to come out with some other outcomes, no? Different from the ones that they were given before. So just few of those instructors were challenging our minds. When I became a teacher for the first time in my life at the age of 13, giving classes to kids at the age of 8 or 9, my commitment with their parents was always the same. They are not going only to pass the exams at the end of the year. Think that you can get my commitment with that. But I will make of your kids people that will be able to think out of the box, to give them the new perspective of seeing the things from a new point of view, and to challenge their own minds, you know, of what to do with that information. It's not only to carry out information on your grades, but knowing what to do with it. Now I'm a mother of 2, and it's very interesting what it has been said in the first panel, no? I come from a family where my grandmother died without knowing and understanding how a voice could come out from a curly wire of our home at home. And she never understood that. Incredibly, my daddy was one of the first engineers to put the digital telephony in Barcelona, in my city. So, and my kids, jumping my generation, my kids, they are born completely in this digital era. So I am an X-gen individual that has inside me what it has been the best of not being technology related completely during my childhood. You have one. Okay. And what it has been now for my kids being completely under this world. Education never had, it has almost never been a priority for governments. So the educational sector has very few resources to do the most important probably thing that can open any human being the doors for the future. When I was listening to the first panelist, I was looking at the pyramid, Maslow's pyramid. I don't know if someone here knows what it is. But if you Google it, you will see that this determines which are the needs or the levels of needs that a human being supposedly can have along the life, no? There's one piece missing there for me, and it's education. Education that drives completely the possibilities of any human being to evolve.
Thank you. I'm going to mix this up a little bit, and I'm going to go to Shamar. Right. Gabrielle. Right? For 5 minutes.
When I think about the topic of possibilities of creativity, my mind immediately goes back to what makes all that work, because that's the job I've had is to help make sure, particularly in the school context, that all the technical pieces are in place so that the internet is accessible within the school. And that looks very different depending on what the curriculum is and what the goals are of the school and for the educators, the teachers, and what they want to offer the students. And so it's kind of hard to say that this is what a particular school needs or this is what a particular educational system in a country needs. But there are some basic factors. You know, access to the internet is the main one. You have to have internet that is fast enough to provide the capacity for everybody to get online at the same time. That can be expensive, and as Monica talked about, you know, the priorities and the cost that the governments face, and those are big issues that take time to be put in place. You know, it also depends on what kind of curriculum is in place. You know, is your curriculum centered around you know, books that are only available in print, or are they only available in digital form? If they're in a digital form, do they work only on with Adobe Flash? And do they work on Android devices? Do they work on iPads? These are all considerations that have to be looked at and thought about for technology to be put in place in school. You know, are you going to have computer labs where all the students, when the topic is technology or you want to do something related to writing a research paper, everybody gets out of their classroom and walks down the hall to another building to a computer lab? Or do you provide devices in the classroom? You know, there's talk of, you know, let's put cell phones and let's put tablets into the classroom. It's kind of hard to write a research paper on a cell phone. I'm sure some of you could do that with your texting skills, but it's a lot easier to do that on a regular computer with a word processing application, either locally with Microsoft Word or something like that, or online with Google Docs or Office 365. So those are the technical things that come to my mind. But I want to know what comes to your mind. When you think of the world of possibilities for education, what do you think of when you hear the word education? Do you think immediately of school? Do you think that, oh, if I hear something in class I don't know about, I'm going to go home and look it up on the internet? How many do that? So, I'm encouraged by that stuff. How many of you use the internet to learn more about your own hobbies? Are any of those hobbies something besides gaming? All right. There is a wealth of information through just simple Google searches, but also online schools, YouTube videos. Everybody's putting up something that they've done in kind of a how-to video. There are websites like Instructables, Code.org, Code Academy. Cisco has a lot of free online courses as well that are technology related. But you can learn just about anything online. And so those are the things that are exciting about the internet and what it can do for education.
As Frank said, there is a wealth of information out there that we have access to. And how much of us actually use the internet to do those kinds of things? I won't force you to tell me. But I get this newsletter every day, and it has an interesting title that says, What I Learned About Today. And today's topic is, which 5 countries are the only communist nations today? Every day I get this newsletter, and it gives me a variety of topics. It told me about 21 of the world's most notorious serial killers. It tried to tell me about what blind people see. I had to laugh at that one. And every day it's just something new, something different. It teaches you, and it's an interesting, very interesting newsletter to go through each day. So there are millions and myriads of possibilities available to us. I'll now go to Janelle for her 5-minute presentation. Janelle?
Good morning. I know everyone seems a little bit tired and restless, sleepy. So what I'm going to present is basic from a student and from a librarian's point of view. So if you are in agreement, I want you to say I, or I want to say hands up. Okay? We good? More like hands up. All right. Good. Okay, so from a student and a teacher perspective, corresponding with what Monica and what Brent said, one of the major problems we are having in school is that we do not have a campus-wide Wi-Fi. We lose our signals drop in and out. I was even saying to the group as we were preparing for this forum, one evening in class here, and we were in the conference room and chatting with my colleagues, and I was actually having to do the lean back. You know the song, just rock away and lean back. I was leaning back in the chair to get a Wi-Fi signal. Isn't that ridiculous? Don't you agree? You're at school and you're walking around, you pulling research or you're having a conversation and the signal drops out. Do you agree? Hands up, yeah? Hands up. Okay, see? Okay. So then sometimes in our classrooms, we have the Wi-Fi or we have the internet, but because of the infrastructure of the room, and you know the construction persons like to tell us a lot about wiring and this molding and cable blocking, we can't get no Wi-Fi connection. Do you agree? Right. And we know right now we're having a problem in Barbados with money. So how are we going to tackle these problems that we are facing? For one, as the earlier panel said, we need to start looking at from a primary level and where students are connecting with the parents. We need to have evening classes for our parents connecting with the PTAs, and yes, PTAs, everybody don't turn up, but I think if we take from the community level into the schools where we teach persons and parents about the use of the computers in the 21st century, it will better improve our research and our educational skills. We're talking about having ebooks, but we're just constantly having talks and nothing is coming to fruition. As I was saying to Monica, in my room, I took the pages of the books and made them come alive. As you look around in this room, this is something what I did with my library. So my library is full of life. It's not just blank walls, it's encouraging to the students. And as I told her, sometimes I don't even get a lunch hour. I have to be chasing my kids out at the library. And we don't have computers as yet, so imagine when I get computers, what it's going to be like. Problems that we face, we have to download our notes, we have to download our images as a student before our class, whether it is at school or whether it's here at BCC. I've experienced that my whole first semester from September to December, having to download my notes before I go into class, my images, because as I said, I'm also studying interior design. It's also hard for our tutors as well. We want to pull up a website in the classroom and show us something and speak from it, and they cannot have any access, especially in this area here. It is very frustrating, and it is also expensive, because when you have to use your data, and most of us are pay as you go and not a bill phone, and even for a bill phone it's quite expensive when that bill's coming. You sometimes are blocked also by the infrastructure of the building, because your service provider is then blocked, so you cannot access the information you need to access. And I will say that libraries are still existing within the 21st century. If you look at the movies and if you look at some of the games that you are playing, they are taking the information from the books and they're creating them into movies, Avengers, Harry Potter, the Librarians, the TV show. So libraries will not die. Education will continue to exist with children in libraries. Thank you.
And we have our final presenter this morning. We have Mr. Shamar, and he will now speak to you for 5 minutes. Shamar?
Morning once again. Basically, I will not speak to you about necessarily tools used in the educational system. What I want to talk to you about today as maybe budding entrepreneurs, budding persons who want to attend university, what I will speak to you about is how you can possibly innovate within your environment. Now, just to draw an example, we had some students at the university who used to get paid on mornings when the shuttle was supposed to come and it didn't come. So what did these students come up with? These students decided, hey, I'm tired of getting paid on mornings. The shuttle comes when it feels like. I'm signed up there in the sun and the rain. We need to come up with something that can assist us in knowing, okay, well, the shuttle's on its way, so it can leave from shelter across the street. How many of you have ever been bathed on mornings, waiting for the school bus if you wait for the school bus? It's not, I don't feel that this is a Barbados problem. This is a world problem, right? But what if it wasn't a problem? What if you could stand up on the shelter and know, okay, well, the rain is falling, I'll wait here until the shuttle comes, and I'll know exactly when the bus comes to the bus stop. Now, this wasn't developed by any big Facebook or any big company like that. It was developed by just students. So how many of you in here say, for example, hey, I'm tired of this Wi-Fi situation all the time. How many of you have not just decided, okay, let us blame the ministry? Anyone ever thought, hey, what if we could devise a system ourselves, maybe through research, maybe reading online? How many of you ever thought, hey, well, let me see if I can come up with a way to develop a system that I will be able to get connectivity. Even if it is, I use one cell phone and give connectivity to hundreds. How many of you have ever thought of that? I actually have. Yes, and what I want to encourage you to do is to have thinking like that. No, I'm not encouraging, I know some persons may say, hey, this might encourage students, aha. That is not what I'm doing. You see, we have to come up with the culture and we have to come up with this idea that we can solve our problems from the very small to the very large. Yes, there are some problems that will require policy. Yes, there are some problems that will require extra help or extra assistance. But you have to start. Hardly anyone will try to help you if they don't see you with some kind of a start. And I can guarantee you, if a student in this room came up with an idea that I can use my cell phone to broadcast to multiple students in some methodology, that a very good company would be interested in such a proposal. And how can you find out this information? It's just as simple as going to Google and researching. There are thousands of tutorials out there where you can sit down and say, okay, well, let me try to do this, let me try to do that. How many of you have ever thought of your cell phone other than just a WhatsApp tool? Yes, and you know what? The system that is used to track if the bus is coming or not is an old cell phone that someone tossed away. So you see systems like that. Imagine you can help hundreds of students by using an old cell phone. Just think of that. Think of the possibility of that. And it's something that people throw away every day. So you as students can, it doesn't necessarily always have to be something expensive. Expensive does not always bring solution. And I can tell you that from my experience. So even as small as you may think you are as unimportant as some of us may feel sometimes, when you look around and you see a problem, first think of, is there really a way as a student that I can solve this problem. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Before I open up for questions, I think all four of our presenters deserve a much roasted, much more welcome. I was going to say when I was a little girl, but that makes me sound old. So I'll say a few years ago, there used to be an adult television, international television, for a toy store, and it used to say, "Oh, the possibilities." And I always think of that when I think about the internet and what it can give to us as students. There are a myriad of opportunities for us. There are loads of things that we can do. But how are we making use of them? Are we just sitting around posting pics and comments, bashing people, talking about things that really and truly tomorrow don't matter that much? Or are we using our technology to improve what we have heard today, what we have learned tomorrow? How many of you promise to go home and research Cisco Academy? Anybody? Don't put up your hands, because that's not helpful. Anybody plan to go home and research what Cisco Academy is? Yes? Adults, come on, your children. Yes? Yes? How many of you want to find out about Shamar's PhD program? Anybody had an interest in going out to China to do some studying? No? No. What about learning a little bit more about your library and how you can bring things to life? Any interest? Yeah? Okay. See? And you're going to learn all of that by using your internet and gaining more information. So, I am now going to turn it over to you on the floor. Now, let's tell you how this is going to work. First question though, organizers, it's coming up to 11:45, and you spoke about getting back some time. So what are we doing? 7 minutes? Yes? No? I'll take that again.
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
10?
10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes. So this is how it's going to work. Asha? Okay, I couldn't see my glasses. So as I was saying, Asha will swap hands for me. Asha over here. See? Now getting old. Right, as I was saying, Asha will swap hands for me. Or you have a choice. Or you can stand and give me your name and I'll acknowledge you. Okay? So, who has a question for the panel? No questions? You were bowled over and overwhelmed totally by all the question. There we go. 2. Okay, question number 1 over here on the left.
What programs? Okay, so this is for the Cisco. What programs do you offer online?
Oh, testing? All right. So, if you go to netacad.com, simple like that, you can see over there what I'm going to try to resume now. We're, of course, doing courses in networking because it's our nature. But of course, talking about networks nowadays means that we have to talk about cybersecurity as well. Internet of Things has opened completely the world, interconnecting everything to internet. So we have also a pathway over Internet of Things. Programming is becoming very important for this new era of the networks, named internet-based networks. That means that networks anymore are going to be highly dependent on hardware, but mostly on software. So programming is another part. And as well, we have digital literacy and business. So you have 7 areas available for you. Important to say that they are at no cost in general. So only 4 of those courses need hands-on activities on laboratory. And you should then be able to do them through a specific academy. But they're open courses online at no cost for all students all over the world.
Thank you. Question on the right.
I can't remember what we said just now, but we were talking China, but I would love to learn more about it.
About working in China?
Yeah.
I worked at an international school. It's a group of now 7 schools that cater to the children of foreigners who are working in China. So it's not Chinese students, though they are. It follows an American curriculum, so it's kind of pre-kindergarten through 12th grade, and so the schools are large schools, about 400 students, and but there's a high degree of emphasis on using technology or really integrating technology. So most of the schools have moved away from having a technology class. The technology is kind of integrated into the curriculum in the sense of, instead of taking a course on Microsoft Word, and then 2 or 3 years later actually having to remember it and use it to write a research paper, you actually learn how to use Word in the context of your English class. But that's on the education side. On the technical side, we have done a lot to put in using one-to-one laptop programs and one-to-one device programs, and that involves a lot of technology. And we try to make it easy for students to access, making sure that Wi-Fi is strong in all the classrooms, all the public spaces, all the libraries, and working with different buildings and shapes and with concrete materials, which Wi-Fi and concrete don't go along at all. But since that time, since I moved to Barbados, now I still support all of that infrastructure from here.
So that means it will come and the all law schools and houses will follow through that place. Thank you.
Question on the left?
This is for everyone. I'm sure. How do you create an online business, an internet business? Like,
Okay, if I understand your question.
how do you create an online business?
So can I? Yeah, just in the interest of time, the next session actually deals completely with that exact topic. So if we can address that question in the next session, just in the interest of time for this one, because the entire next discussion is about that. So if we can, we'll take note of that question and we'll address that in the next session. But thanks for you. Yeah.
We have one question on the okay. All right, so the last 2 questions. My right first, then my left, right?
Sorry, and just to let you know, there's a question online as well, so we can't forget the online audience. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So right, left, and middle. Right.
My name is Akoli Cross from St. Thomas West School, and this is for Lady of the Lady. Today, I explained in some ways when we started high school that students is not content on social media and news go.
No, I don't agree because right now in schools, as far as internet is concerned, the ministry blocks certain domains. If you utilize the social media to teach your classroom, which is one of the things I used to do when I was teaching library science and research methods, I utilized the social media to teach to teach the kids. And it's a much better way of getting through to the children than it is to be teaching verbatim from a textbook or having them to read in the classroom. What I utilize is that I take the technology and I have kids go home and present it in a creative way, whether it's PowerPoint, whether it's actually standing and getting accustomed to presenting in front of their peers, public speaking. So no, it won't be a problem because if you're looking at ebooks, you're going to have to be using your technology, whether the government provides you with a tablet or you have to provide your own technology or cell phone. So the Wi-Fi will block certain domains. Even sometimes YouTube is blocked. And YouTube is a really good tool to teach in the schools. So it won't be a problem.
May I add something? Yes, for instance, in Cisco Netacad, we offer a simulator, packet tracer. Some of you have heard about it. So this is giving a great chance to instructors and local students to connect with other instructors or students that are far away, even sometimes outside that country, and to make projects together. So this is a huge change compared to years ago, right? So, yeah, it's a good usage of internet in your classroom.
Hi. That information technology should be mandatory, just like math and English in our schools today. This is a question to the panel. What do you think about that idea? What do you think it would take us to the next level here in Barbados in our educational system?
As I said earlier, I really think that it should be introduced from the primary schools. And as the earlier panel said, getting those parents involved with their with their kids. And if you start from at that level, when the children go into secondary school and they move on to tertiary level education, it helps that child. It builds a better foundation, especially for research, scholarly research. Like earlier this morning, our chair was showing us the definition for internet governance. And that is one of the things that we say no to in terms of Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not a scholarly site because, as we all know, it's doctored. The next thing is that if you spend that time with your kids using the same technology, it better helps those children who have problems with reading, who have problems with speaking, and those children who cannot decipher between the dialect and the standard. So it helps. And there are some secondary schools that don't actually teach information technology until full form. So it is a problem.
Thank you. All right, I have two more questions, and this is going to be the last two. The online question, which I'm told not in the middle, but in the left, and then we have one on the right. So, online question?
Yes, from our online audience, from Jason Hines. This is the entire panel and the moderator. He is asking, how can the technology be used to mainstream the people with disabilities in our education systems?
That's a good question. Thank you, Jason. I know you're overseas, so here with us, enjoying. So, at Cisco, we are working very hard now for bringing the program to all kind of persons with disabilities, no matter what they are. In fact, we have created an internal group that is working worldwide. We are in absolutely all the continents, and we're working together to work with governments and specifically with some universities and researchers in there in order to see how we can bring the program to them and give them the chance to open clues to their future. So definitely, we don't have to give up hope for bringing absolutely everybody into it.
And I will jump in here and say how we can use the internet to broaden the scope to persons with disabilities. It's already being done. There are some online programs. The Happy Institute for Blind and Visually Impaired is one example, who have all of their courses available via the internet. They're free. They are for blind and visually impaired persons. There are other opportunities across the Caribbean. Programs are being introduced where students are having an opportunity to take CXC classes, students with disabilities. Other mainstreaming efforts are universities where they allow students to participate in classes from at home, and even when you come onto campus, because as much as I love the internet, I also think that social interaction is important. When they come into the classroom, the information technology is designed. I'm an Apple product, I'm an Apple person. I would make no apologies to Android, they're still behind time. But the Apple products are universally accessible. right down to the Apple TV, the iPod, the iPad, the iPhone, the Mac, all of them are accessible, and therefore they offer wide opportunities for persons with disabilities to access information and education. The challenge we face, though, is that it is still costly for other adaptations, and so we need to find opportunities in ways that we can incorporate more meaningful expenses for persons with disabilities. That being said, though, it's already starting to happen, and it's a wonderful world of opportunities. My last question on the right.
Yes, my name is Akeem Charles Soro. I have a lot more questions, but since the class is saying, I just have one question for Brent, Mr. Brent. Would you briefly describe your transition from where you live in the US and China, dealing with the interactions you have with people, and the technology itself, and how it works, how you used it?
Well, my transition was, as far as my job, it was very similar. I went from working for a wholesale distributor, managing a network, to going to a school, managing a network. So as far as the job transition, it was very similar in the things that I did on a day-to-day basis. Now, the way that I interacted with vendors, Cisco, for example, Cisco operates different in China than they do in other parts of the world, as do a lot of other companies. And it's the same way that they operate different in Barbados than they do in the US or Mexico or other places like that. So I think the transition part is more about just being open and expecting things to be different, expecting things to be unusual and uncomfortable. You're doing that, you're very prepared for whatever comes your way. So is that answer your question?
In a sense, yeah.
Thank you very much. I will now ask each of the presenters to give a 30-second or less wrap-up, and I will get on to now.
Okay. I would say that many books are being put into movies and put into TV shows, and the library and librarians will continue to exist in the age of technology. And even in the title, we're moving from librarian to library information specialist. We are assisting the teachers from a Caribbean level. We are assisting the tutors from a university level internationally in teaching and in aiding students within the classroom. And you should not give up hope on libraries in Barbados. If we utilize our technology and we get creative using our entrepreneurship skills, we can move forward. Barbados can take the world by storm with technology.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to leave you with a parting message. As I was mentioned earlier, my vision and my goal is that to have innovation coming from even as small as the primary school level. And this is something that we need to definitely put some focus on. The days of teaching directly from a textbook with not forming the association with the real life experiences and real life systems, maybe in technology, maybe in other areas, need to come to end. We need to try our best to see how we can encourage from the youngest age persons to innovate, develop systems that not only benefit community, but also benefit themselves as students. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica.
Well, I think that for sure, coming back to the title of this panel, Internet is about a challenge, challenging the educational system to both instructors and students. To the students, giving a huge variety of opportunities. We have been talking about virtualization, but VR will be part of that future, and as well as the artificial intelligence. And I think that being creative and productive using the tools that you have now will for sure bring out excellent outcomes. On the other side, the instructors will have to figure out what is their goal. I think that they feel that something is shaking under their feet, and they have to figure out if they have to be keeping being the kind of guide that they have been for students, or if they want to be the mentor of their talents. So that's my question regarding how the internet is going to make a kind of a revolution inside the classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. And last off, Brett.
When the iPad was first introduced, it was solely designed for consuming content. You could watch videos on it, you could play games on it, but you couldn't really create anything with it. If I remember correctly, it didn't even have a camera. So things have changed, and I think that's a great opportunity. Devices now, even simple mobile phones, have a lot of potential for creating content. And it allows you to become your own publisher, your own inventor, your own entrepreneur, your own online business, start an online business. So look for ways that you can embrace those things, especially as it aligns with your passions, your hobbies, because you're going to have a lot more fun in a career if you really enjoy what you're doing, and you can turn your hobby and passion into a career. And as Shamar's shared, that look for ways that technology can solve problems that you face every day. Those are going to be opportunities that again can turn into a career, but it can turn into just a benefit for you and your friends or society as a whole. There are so many things that have come out of just being frustrated by a problem and saying, I'm going to
I'm not sure.
Who's the official name of Garrison?
The official name?
Give me a question.
Ram?
Are you crazy?
Okay, so you want me to go ahead and start?
Rating.
I don't know how to kill time. I guess. So you kill time. Yeah, it's very long.
Rating.
So go ahead. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are you enjoying yourself so far? Okay, well, let's give a hand for the organizers of the Youth IGF. I am Danilo da Silva. I am the Assistant Director of Program Management at the Caribbean Science Foundation. And my job here today is to be the moderator of this session. Now, I know a lot of you love the internet, cannot do without it. Furthermore, I myself have a 14-year-old son that if the electricity goes off or the Wi-Fi is not working, the boy goes to sleep. There's nothing to do. It's like he goes down in power down mode when everything goes down in power down mode too. The internet can be used for so many things, and today we're going to look at the positive side of the internet. We already know the negative side, which will be the cyberbullying and looking at pornography, but we're going to look at the positive side of it, and we're going to look at it from the business formation and entrepreneurship direction. Now, the internet could be used as a tool of a trade, similarly to a screwdriver, a hammer, any of the other tools that you can think of. The internet is a tool of trade. We want to take this opportunity for you to soak up as much as you can. Use this opportunity to shape your future, because you may be sitting here saying to yourself, well, why am I here? I'm not really interested. I mean, I go on, I check my messages, I go on my Instagram, see, who might be blasting me. But there's so many opportunities that the internet has that you can take advantage of, and we want you to take advantage of as many as you possibly can. From purchasing pencils to online degrees, the internet has a whole host of business opportunities. And we want you to open your mind and get past the old mantra of doctor, lawyer, politician. And I know for me, per se, my personal experiences, I have a background in law. And for me to sit here and tell you get past the whole ambit of doctor, lawyer, politician is a bit hypocritical. But my explanation for that is being with the Science Foundation has opened up my eyes that doctor, lawyer, politician is just that. You can go no further with that, really. In relation to the internet, however, there's a world of possibilities out there, and you could even change your title 50 times within your lifetime if it is that you follow a discipline in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So now we're going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. First, we would have Mr. Mark Gibson.
Hi.
Okay.
So, hi, I'm Mark. I'm the founder of a company called Bold from the Blue Entertainment. And does anybody here read comic books? Anybody at all?
Nice.
But that's it. I mean, Garfield.
It still counts.
It still counts, right? So my company publishes and creates comic books, and we're actually one of the few in the region to be full-time comic book publishers. So there's that. Any illustrators in the crowd? Anybody could draw? Any writers, storytellers? So, if we're talking about the use of internet for business, then guess what? There are jobs waiting for you. So that's my piece for now. We can talk more later, but sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark. We also have with us Keisha
Empress Zinga Simmons. Tell us about yourself, Keisha.
Hi, good morning. My name is Empress Zinga. I am married to DJ Simmons. Don't know if anybody knows him. He is a spoken word artist, and we both co-founded the company called Gainon.com, and it is for arts, entertainment, and culture in Barbados. We are very much into the entertainment industry. That is our first career. As I said, I'm a spoken word artist, I'm an actress, I'm a writer, I'm a storyteller. So as we perform throughout Barbados, we realize a lot of people keep saying, oh, I didn't know that was going on. When next when I perform, and I didn't know y'all was performing at that. And the funny thing about it is that we started to create online little brochures from the rest of our friends who do perform and post them on Facebook, and it started to get interactions. And then I wake up one morning and say, you know, there's a lot of work for not making money. So I created the website and I wrangled my husband and was like, look, we can make money off of this as well as give people information. The platform is completely digital. You can go on your phone, your tablet, your computer, whatever, you can find it. And I will get a little deeper into it as well.
Thank you so much, Keisha. Okay, so our topic for this session is the internet business opportunities. So as someone said before, everyone is always looking for another way to make money, another way to help increase their income. And as young people, mommy and daddy can't do it all. I mean, sometimes you want a fancy pair of shoes, or you would like to get, you know, extra lessons, but mom and dad might not be able to afford it. So we have to look at opportunities, safe opportunities online that you might be able to gain some extra income from. You can also start your entrepreneurship walk at this point in time in your life, and it can start with as simple as developing an app that you can sell online for others to use. So we're going to ask Mark now to give us a broader outline of what his business does and the opportunities that it created for him.
Right, so comic books. The first panel was about gaming, and for a lot of older people, comic books and video games fall into kind of the same category, where older people don't see the use or the point or the reason for being or being involved in it. And for me, I've been reading comic books for a while. I could say probably longer than some of the students have been alive. Cough, cough. But I mean, I grew up to be like a fan of comic books. So reading Archie comics, reading Garfield comics in the paper, reading the Spider-Man comics in the paper, even going to reading I could call all the names of the comics I used to read, but it got me onto like the more traditional form of comic books, the Superman, Spider-Man, Avengers, that kind of stuff. And it wasn't until like a couple of years ago I realized, where are the characters that look like me? I mean, you can probably count, anybody knows any black superheroes? Anybody that's not a Black Panther? Falcon, Luke Cage, sorry? Luke Cage, Phantom black?
Phantom white.
Word? Okay. But basically, okay, so you can name black comic book characters, right? Can you name any comic book characters from the Caribbean?
Invasion Spider-Man.
But the reality is, it's actually kind of harder to name Barbadian or Caribbean comic book characters. So what got me started, what got my company started, is realizing that lack and trying to find a way to present a solution. One of the things about entrepreneurship that's important is not simply about starting a business, right? Entrepreneurship is about solving a problem. So the problem for me was one of representation, one of diversity, one of helping people like me, who look like me, who sound like me, you know, to see themselves represented in the content that they love and they enjoy. And if you look at the Caribbean, there are approximately something like 3 million comic book fans in the Caribbean, which isn't a small number. but a lot of us are stuck reading content that doesn't necessarily reflect us and who we are and our way of life. So that's what got me started. And even before starting my company, in terms of graphic novel publishing, which is still a kind of recent thing, I've gotten work from overseas that involved writing. So there was a young fella from, it's not called Garrison anymore, is it? No?
Graydon CV.
All right, excuse me, I'm a little old. He's not here, which is weird. Is he? He's a little short guy.
Oh, any back there?
Yeah, he was asking about, what's your question again? Come to your mic.
How do you create a business plan? Internet business plan.
That's a different question, but I can get into that. I'm sure Keisha can help as well. But the point is, it is getting increasingly easier for people from anywhere in the world to get work. And if you listen to any of the government talking, you will hear about how there's a shortage in terms of foreign exchange, that kind of stuff, and how they're getting to critical levels. The reality is, everybody in this room, no matter your skill set, no matter your level of interest, maybe you're into comic books like me, maybe you're into film, maybe you're into culture, maybe you're into singing, is getting more and more accessible to get work and get paid online. So that is the simple part of it. 1 minute, thank you. The other part of it that is not quite simple for us in Barbados is starting a business. What's important right now is a website or social media, an online presence, so that somebody can go and, maybe if the moderator can put my site up. Maybe.
I am trying.
Right. I got a website for my company where anybody, anywhere in the world can go and buy our graphic novels. Our graphic novels are on sale in places like Australia, Dread. And I've never been to Australia, but my books are there. And those are sort of opportunities that are represented from the internet for business.
I don't see it here in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm done.
We'll come back to it. I don't see it here in the lineup.
All right.
I don't see it in the lineup. We can come back to it. Okay, so we'll move on to Keisha in the meantime. So Keisha's business is called Going On. So Keisha, tell us, what's going on?
Nothing's going on. When we first started this business, I didn't expect a lot of, people coming back and wanting to be a part of it. And the main reason is people, they don't like the culture for one reason or another. They think it's boring, or they don't think it's interesting, or whatever the case is. And I made it a point when we started to have the stamp of Going On as our logo, as our saying, as everything. Because how many of you have said we're going on today? Really and truly. And throughout the day, it's going to happen. Because that's what we say every day. Wait, Sharon, how you were going on? Yeah, man. You always say this constantly. And that is why we decided to put the stamp of that on our page, on our brand. The second thing too with the internet business, I can honestly say that starting a website is very difficult because I was not trained in it. YouTube is a beautiful source of information. And I can tell you there are a lot of people who have unofficially have degrees from YouTube. People that sit down and learn how to crochet. People is learn how to take care of the cat when it's dying, just turn into instant online veterinarians. Things just happen when you go on YouTube. And that's what we did. We sat down and took our time. We have mentors, yes, but sitting down, going through sometimes very painstakingly how to run a web platform is sometimes extremely difficult. You're going to have persistence and consistency when you're going to run a business. Because some days you're going to wake up and you're going to be like, man, I don't really know if I really want to do this anymore. What's my motivation for this? Fun sometimes can be very stressful, and you wonder why you're doing it. But if you start off with the love of why you started to do it, there's a reason behind it, you want to connect to people, usually it works off. One really good explanation for this is that there was this guy that came on our Facebook page, and he said he was looking for Rihanna, more information about her. And he stumbled upon our page. And he was like, wait, Bajan's real creative. He didn't know that they have so much talent in Barbados. We have people who sing, who dance, who do art, who do comic books, all sorts of things, literature, and he was blown away by what he was seeing. This guy was from Egypt who messaged us, and I could not believe it. I was like, what? From then on, I'm getting calls from California, all different types of places that I've never been, who want to know more and want to be immersed in our own culture. Culture is important because it reminds us of who we are. Culture is the fella that's been sitting down on the block talking with his friends about if he had a job. Culture is your mother hollering at you to pick up you things from outside for the longest while that you ain't do. Culture is going out with your friends. Culture is fetting. Culture is literature. Culture is storytelling. You might want to get some information from Mark by the end of the day about different Caribbean characters, and they look real good. I ain't saying that because Mark is my friend. The comic books look good. The information is saturated. You have to take time in terms of what you want to say online as well. The internet knows no boundaries. And as that leaves my mouth, I realize how scary that is. Sometimes there are no boundaries, especially for people of your age, to go and find certain things online. And you have to know within yourself whether it's good or whether it's bad, and whether it is beneficial to who you are. Segue into websites. I remember Mark mentioning this when he opened up. Not a lot of businesses in Barbados, for some reason, have something as simple as a website. Yeah. I don't understand that. People come here for conferences, people come here as tourist people, and them can swipe their card for certain things. Like, they don't understand why they should walk around with cash. We walk around with cash every day. We can't understand why we have to walk around with so much money. There are instances where you want to go online and check out, I don't know, a pair of shoes from a store. And sometimes people don't even have a Facebook page, which is free of cost. You don't have to pay for it. Well, interim, you might gotta pay for it now because ads and all of that. But you don't have to pay for certain things. Like, the internet is free. You don't have to pay for anything. The sky is your limit. You don't have to go and do half the stuff that back in the day you had to go and like get a consultant or somebody to sit down with you to create a business plan. You could go online, you could do that yourself. Whereas to start a business, well, just start it. How many here want to start a business? That's really good. You got a lot.
Better question. What problem are you solving? That might seem like a weird way to look at it.
Yeah. What type of problem would you like to solve?
If you're solving a problem, you can always find a reason for your business to exist. Yeah. That's true.
But that's the whole reason for entrepreneurship in the first place. When you start a business, you are solving a problem. Mark tried or is currently trying to solve a problem where he wants to see more people like us within Caribbean storytelling as it pertains to comic books. My problem is that people don't really know what's going on in arts and culture. So we created a platform for that. What type of businesses do you think you can create that could probably solve a problem? Like, people is create like, let's call them lessons and things for shoes, but now somebody said that they want to do Velcro instead, and the shoes are now different, and then they put art stuff on it, and now people want Jordans. Like, it starts with the wheel basically, and you just design around that idea. Anybody brave enough to like give me an idea about what problem you'd like to solve for your business? Yes.
Mike?
I can't hear you. And if anyone else has questions, has answers to what we're asking so far, you can feel free to line up at the mic.
You know, there was the $20 challenge that went on recently. Mm-hmm. We, as a group from my class, we did stickers and labels for bottles, because when we looked, they were mostly labels that were coming off when it got cold or stuff like that. So that was a problem that we were trying to solve. And then we tried to go on like the vinyl with cards, but then that was like too big, and it was cutting into exam time, so we just like stopped with it. But we were like thinking of getting back to it because we had a Facebook page. I was supposed to do the website, but just like we left at that. And we got like Instagram and all that, but we like, you know, we just stopped at it because we had exams and, you know, it was just bored. Okay. So that was another problem that we did.
Okay. In terms of it, you want to pick it back up? Or you think that that is something that you look at again? Okay.
Question on the right.
As I said, I wanted to start a business with me and my cousin because we were thinking nowadays people are dying unhealthy, fat, and have these problems and they can't move out really. So me and he as a bodybuilder in gym, we wanted to start like a healthy fitness group on Facebook and IG to get people to come out and train more often, eat more healthy foods, and go and start running every evening just to keep your body in shape before you die.
Okay.
And when we started, we had the money, we had everything planned out, but it was exam time last year. So we started about this time, can't find the money.
Well, here's another cool thing with the internet. Anybody heard of Indiegogo? Indiegogo.
Yeah.
Kickstarter.
There's a local one called Vision Funder. All these things have in common. GoFundMe. Yeah. These all have in common that they're fundraising platforms. So for you and your cousin.
Yeah.
Right. So if you can present an idea that is, or rather a solution to a problem, and the important thing here is figuring out how can you as an individual solve it. So there are retail stores that sell clothes, for instance. But what those, and you have these clothing stores that come and go, like, you know, grass blowing through the wind. But they have business that lasts. Typically, those are the ones that have a unique way of solving a particular problem.
Yeah.
So what is your unique way for fitness? And if you can present it well, and you can get on one of these platforms like Indiegogo or Vision Funder, then there's a lot more that goes into it, but you get a chance to get that money to get it done. So there's one option right in the net.
But we were thinking like if to start like selling the clothes that we never so weird that we had to buy already, and like car washing upon the vacation or weekend, or just like do something for somebody just so that we can get paid to build back up the money.
That's a possibility. How about this? How about taking your car washing initiative online, a Facebook page? Like Zinga said, that's free. So maybe you can have car washing by appointment. I don't know. Run it through Facebook. People pay you to come and wash their cars. You know, that's an option. I'll take royalties by the way. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
But there's also this idea that, well, Mark should know this from our mutual mentor. When we started, we always say we don't have money. There's always this problem of money. And of course, being a full-time artist, when you go to the bank and they say, so on the 31st of March, you're going to give us $10,000, right? And I'm like, maybe, because it doesn't work like that. If you're an artist full-time, the checks are either going to be really big one month or they're going to be mediocre at next month. I can't tell you really and truly that every single month I even got 10 grand for you put down to pay back a loan. You're going to have to get creative with your business. There's something called bartering that you can do as well. If you know somebody who needs a service or a product from you, you can barter it from them. I've done that before and I have been very successful. I actually had my own artist website created by somebody who did web design. And I performed at a show that she had. And I said, okay, I will write it off as that. And she wrote it off as that. And we came to a conclusion. Contracts are also important if you're going to do anything. Sign letters. Sign paper with ink on it that don't rub off. Because when people say that they will do something and they don't do it and you got to carry them to court, writing is nice. Make sure you have it. But yeah, bartering is very important. Sometimes you can cut corners if you do that. But you can also bring people on board who want to be a part of your brand, who can see your vision for what you want to do, which is also very exciting. I have a very small team, humble team that is helping me, and I have bartering contracts within my company, and that has been helping me cut some of the costs that has been going on. There was something else. Oh, you guys know about Patreon? Okay, so you can also check out Patreon. That's also a platform for creators, people who are either into music, there are people who actually doing storytelling online. I've subscribed to a couple, and you do a subscription, people come back to you all the time, and you actually make money from that. You can also check that out as an avenue. I don't know if you have anything else to add on that topic.
Yeah, there's another one that I literally stumbled across it like over the weekend called Ko-Fi, which is another crowd-raising platform similar to Patreon, where people will pay you. They actually call it a coffee. So in the States, when coffee is cheap, like $1 or whatever, people can actually give that amount to support whatever it is you're doing. So if you're like the guy with his bodybuilder cousin who wants to do a new fitness program, he can probably run it through a Patreon or a Ko-Fi where he says, okay, at different points, you can pay me this much, like $1, $2, $5 to support this. For someone like me who's producing comic books and graphic novels, it's a similar process where I can say, okay, if you pay, I don't know, $2, you get to see a new page of artwork or a new character or something like that. And there are actually people who will give those tiny amounts to support your business, your venture, your project.
Yeah.
And in terms of internet, it's all about getting more people to give a little bit instead of looking to one person or a few people to give a huge amount.
Yes, thank you so very much, Mark. So in wrapping up now this session, I want to put this question to both of you. Where?
You got a question?
I have a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, this isn't really a question, but an idea. The arts in the Caribbean are not seen as important as being a doctor or a lawyer. How do you change that in a sense?
Being proud in who I am, in who I represent, being proud of my culture, and being extremely excited to share it with everybody. If I wasn't excited or passionate about going on, the man in Egypt wouldn't chat for me. Really and truly. You have to be proud of your heritage, you have to be proud of who you are, and you have to be proud of the stories that you are willing to share, as well as to connect to a wider community in a global sense. When we connect, and that's all Patreon is, Kickstarter is, was it the new one that you just talked about, Ko-Fi? Like all of these little things, all of these are community based. People are logging on digitally to be a part of community. When you start to bring community into your business, it grows 10 times bigger, 20 times bigger, 30 times bigger, and so on and so on and so on. Because people want to know more about you, people want to connect with you. And I think the bodybuilding thing that you're speaking about, even any other business that's in here, you need to find out what story it is that you want to tell people about your business, that you want to connect with, whether it's arts and culture, whether it's literature, whether it's whatever. You need to decide what story it is that you want to tell about the problem you want to solve.
Okay. The other thing too is you gotta be crazy. Not in the white jacket, doctor padded room type of way, but you've got to be able to see something where other people would swear that there isn't. And you've got to be persistent. My personal mantra is desire, visualize, persevere, achieve. And what that really means is when you believe that you can do it, and it's not about skill or talent, all right? I saw a video online where this guy freaked me out. He said he's in music, and the majority of people he knows that succeed aren't the talented ones, They aren't the ones that the crazy, uber, world-changing talent. The ones that succeed are typically the ones who stick with it.
You gotta be hungry.
You gotta have that. You gotta have that hunger. You gotta have that self-belief. If you wake up for the next 7 days and you don't want to do that anymore, then it's not for you. That's the truth. I know people who started on the path of entrepreneurship who realized this taking a lot of work. The money ain't coming as soon as I would like. I could do something else on my time, and that's the truth. But then they're the ones who go and change the world. The Steve Jobs, the Elon Musk. Those are the guys that, for whatever reason, are crazy enough to stick with bringing their solution to the problem.
Okay, great. So, final question and wrapping up. We have just under 5 minutes to go. This question is to both of you. One pro and one con of...
Questions up there.
2 more questions? Okay, 2 more questions.
Oh, you want my first and then yours?
No, you go ahead.
The question is, I look for a lot of things in online businesses on Instagram. A pet peeve of mine is I'm there looking at your hairstyles, spoken word, your comic books, and then I see pictures of you at fests. I see pictures of you and your kids. I see pictures of... I didn't come to see that. So that's a pet peeve of mine. I know it's okay for some people, but it turns me off when you represent both your personal life and your business life on the same page. So I said, do you have any advice for young people looking to start a business, how to separate their personal life from their business life so they won't turn off people like me, or am I just crazy and old? What advice do you have?
The simple thing is that perspective is changing. Where right now, because a lot of businesses are kind of like socially driven and community driven and that kind of stuff, people are more willing to support businesses if they can see the people behind it.
Yep.
Right? So I've got 2 Instagram pages. One is for the company, but I've got some of my own stuff on it. So if I'm out, if I'm eating a meal I think tastes good, if I'm in the gym, there are a lot of writers who, because we write, we sit all day at a keyboard, we don't get to exercise. I'm trying to change that by showing that I'm in the gym, that I'm working, that kind of stuff. And there are people who gravitate towards that. I've gotten people from Germany saying, yo, your page is really cool. In German, of course, I had to go to Google Translate. Anyway, but the fact of it is changing. So yeah, the companies like Coca-Cola and stuff who will have a social media platform that is very static, very business-like, they're being overtaken by some of the newer companies that are showing, hey, we're people. We went to see Black Panther and we think it's cool. Not got nothing to do with the business per se, but it's showing the people behind it, and that's appealing to a lot of folks.
Also, just to put on a little thing, what I realized for Crop Over, I heard this is not promoting drinking here. Stag Bear is now leading in terms of promotion, sponsorship for basically everything, and they're pushing it a lot more. And they said that banks pulled away from it. I thought it was because, oh, well, maybe they're making the money and they may have the money to sponsor people. Lo and behold, doing research online, I realized that Banks has a song, I believe, by Lepai and Sadis. I believe so. The entire song is about Banks. What they did is that they took this mundane idea of, as a sponsor, talk about me in the breaks, in the ads, or whatever, and they have now immersed themselves into the culture with the song. Like every time now, and with people who are like Lepai and Sadis, but I can get played all the time. So everybody now, you might not see a flag banner, but you're going to remember the song and how it made people feel in the song. Like that's a whole song that is an ad that is going to connect to a community who is going to buy more beer. Don't buy the beer here. Who is going to buy more beer in their fetting and whatnot. I thought that was brilliant. So you have to know, I guess, as well, like how you want to move around with your business. I have 2 pages, just like Mark. One is going on, and both me and my husband control that. And then I have my artist page. But my whole life is about community and culture and pulling people together. So there's pictures of my wedding there. There's pictures of me going out and having fun at different things and being a part of community. So if that is what your business is about, and you're not afraid to show just a little bit of who you are, you might connect some people closer to you. You might lose 1 or 2, but the bigger picture is that more people will start to follow you and engage with you, and that's what you really want. No!
Here's a real life example of this working, right? The reason I'm here today is because Jillian Rowe, who is associated with this organization, she found me via Instagram and she bought me in Sheridan Car Park. Hi, you're Mark Gibson. Yeah. You do comic books? Oh, great. I'd like to come to this event. If she didn't know who it was from my Instagram, she wouldn't have phoned me. That's true.
Final question?
Well, this question is for Mark Gibson, relating to comic books and graphic novels. I've been wondering, since I have interest in it, I have been working on my own for some time. I only have written drafts and ideas down, but since I was young, I wanted to get into comic books and graphic novels. I used to read a lot of them as a child and growing up. Some like from DC Comics, Marvel, and Dark Horse. Those companies stationed in the U.S. But since I've been working on my own, I've been working on it for a couple of years now. I started back in primary school, late primary school, and throughout the years I've been sketching out ideas and doing rough designs for the characters. But what the question I want to ask is basically who can I get in contact with? Since from my understanding from doing research, for other people who wanted to get into the comic book and graphic novel industry, that if you don't know someone within the industry, you're not going to get in. That if you don't have any connections and you want to get in, like a newbie like myself wants to get in, and if you don't have any connections within the industry, you're not going to get in. So I want to know, who can I get in contact with?
Okay, so there are two kinds of ways of doing it. The more traditional way would be to go to conventions, take your sketchbook, samples of your work, get a table in the artist alley, and hope somebody stumbles upon you. Most of the companies like DC and Marvel, they have closed submission policies, so you can't freely submit to them. Image is one of the big ones that does. They have an open submission policy. You would need to submit a sample of the work, not like random sketches, the actual sequentials from whatever you're working on, to do that.
Right.
So those are ways of doing it. The new way of doing it, and I've heard this from my contacts who are working in the industry, is to publish your own stuff. Legit. Just put your work out there. Whether that's put your work out there on a Tumblr page. Yale Stewart, he was at AnimeCon a couple of years ago. Yeah. He got big from doing Jail 8, which is the Justice League characters as kindergarten students, which is like kind of cute and kind of funny, but he literally blew up from doing that, right? So publish your own stuff. Now, you can talk to me afterwards, because one, if you're an artist or a writer, I'll happily get you on board my company. Legit, I ain't saying that, just because. Two, we're also building a platform, a mobile app called All We Comics, where anybody in here that doesn't have a cell phone, does not have a cell phone. Legit, where you living though?
Probably thought no.
Sorry, no, but seriously though, right now it's a mobile platform we're currently developing for Android, and this will be the place to be to read Caribbean comics. So if you're creating your own stuff and you're figuring how do I get out there so people can read it, and more importantly so I can get paid, talk to me after. Anybody else like that, let me know, hit me up.
Okay, thank you so very much, Mark and Keisha. So in wrapping up now quickly, the question I wanted to pose earlier, one pro, one con from your business, and how you see getting past that.
Let me start with the con first, since this is very present in my mind. The minister is not here, sadly. I wish he was. Honestly, it is too hard to do business online as a Barbadian. Legit. That's the truth. Right now, I've got an international distributor for my books, and it can take me as long as, let me not say as long as, on average, 90 days. 3 months to get paid. That doesn't help my cash flow. Yeah. Seriously. So if somebody from Australia buys my book, and they do, then that money goes to my distributor who's based in the States, then they're gonna send me a check. And for whatever reason, they send me checks for by mail. I don't understand that. There's PayPal and that kind of stuff. Anyway, but seriously, for business, functional businesses, it takes too long for us to get paid. if government is serious about about earning more foreign exchange, getting the all-important US dollar, then it has to be easier for us who want to start business here to get paid. That's the biggest pro right now. That's the biggest con right now. Right? The pro, if you are consistent and your content, whatever it is actually good, you can get a following relatively easily. The Instagram page, All We Comics, it went from 0 followers to over 1,000 followers in the space of a month. And everybody that I've spoken to that deals with social media keeps looking at me like, how you get that dude bread? But it's a case where the content is good, people actually are interested in finding out more about Caribbean characters and Caribbean stories, so they gravitate to it.
Keisha? I guess my con is more, not really digital, but still kind of. I find that when I post stuff on social media that is more about partying and fetting, people grab that and want that. When things need to be more cultural, more artsy, more in-depth, there's a little segue about that, like, oh, okay, that's fine, it's cool, but more about the walking up though. Like, people don't want to embrace that part. And I think my more concern is the building of that here, of where I come from, and changing the mindset of what we are doing here. There's more to Barbados than facts and walking up. I can tell you that for a fact. There is a lot of immersive content. There are so many artists doing so much work, and they're trying their best, trying so hard for people to see them and for people to hear their stories. My pro with that is that it is changing, so it's kind of like a catch-22 in a sense. It is changing. People are listening. I want Barbados to listen more, and not only because it is like my company is us. Everything that we have ever posted is about Bajan content. It is about who we are as a people, and it is something that a lot of people might not find interesting at certain points, but I can tell you for a fact that the amount of work we have done, well, in only a year, if you go on YouTube, a lot of people can't log work anymore. Something, I guess, too, in the Caribbean as well, persons don't, like, put up stuff. They don't research stuff, and they don't archive it. St. Lucia lost all of their cultural heritage, all of it in a fire, because it was not digitized. Every single thing you can think of. So imagine if you could never see or hear about Jackie Opal or Gabby or Red Plastic Bag or Steel Donkey or anything like that. All of the buildings were burnt down. I have a friend in St. Lucia who was crying to me on the phone because nobody digitized any of the work. We are very fortunate that we have cell phones. I'm actually live right now on Instagram. We are fortunate enough to have cell phones, to have camera equipment to do this again, but they are in more of a dire constraint because half of those people that you would have tried to save are now dead and gone. So there's going to be a large chunk missing within their culture. Hopefully they get it back. But continue to embrace digital content. It's going to save you. It's the way to go. You're going to be left behind.
Thank you to both Mark and Keisha. Mark Gibson, founder and chief creative of Boat from the Blue Entertainment, and Keisha Empress Zinga Simmons, co-founder of Gainon. Thank you guys for listening out.
Okay, I hope you guys were listening. Have you done the surveys yet? Can anybody stand and tell me what is one of the surveys question? This. Okay, pause. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists. Give them a round of applause one more time. Daniel, I really appreciated it. Mark Gibson and Empress Zinga, I love that. Empress Zinga, we really appreciated it today. Thank you one more time.
Thank you.
No. We back to the party. What is the, you can stand now. You don't remember it? Okay. Well, we're saving this one for later. Remember, Rodney stood up here and told you guys to fill out the survey online, right? So at some point, somebody has to tell me what did the survey ask you, if it, Oh, we have, you can tell us? All right. Tell me, stand please. The minute of fame, let me hear. Okay. You guys heard her? Use the mic, use the mic. They're telling you to use the mic.
It asked how friendly were the workers to rate the friendliness.
Okay, so that's one question. And this lovely young lady is winning a prize just for knowing that. So again, Rodney, come and tell them where they have to go to fill out the survey again.
So we're passing around a Surface Pro, a tablet that I'm not sure where it is right now. It's right there, so it's making the rounds. You can use that. Or you can use your mobile phones to go to our Facebook page, ISOCBB on Facebook. And the link is pinned to the top of the page, Survey Monkey. And they're just 10 questions. Most of them are multiple choice. It just takes a minute to complete. Any questions on that? Okay, thank you.
All right, so remember, more goodies. I have a bag of goodies, and I'm anxious to give it away, people. So pay attention. Next, we're going to actually go on the tour of the exhibits. We have some really cool stuff for you guys to see. So make sure you pay attention. Questions are going to be asked about the exhibits as well. Okay. One new addition. Change of program. We're going to invite, not to change, it was there already, my bad, yeah. We are going to take this time now to invite Charles Cyrus. He's the Director of National Council on Science and Technology. He's going to give us the closing remarks.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much, Janelle. I'm going very short. I know it's close to 1 o'clock and perhaps you're thinking about lunch. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you well. I hope that you learned quite a bit this morning. My hope is that you actually have a understanding about the internet, its important implications to compare to when you first came in here. By show of hands, could you tell me whether you have learned a lot this afternoon? Whether you have a greater understanding of the internet and some of the implications? Right. I guess based on that show of hands, I would think to suggest that we have achieved some of our objectives. I know that part of the goal of the Internet Society is the involvement of youth in terms of policy making and so on. But I'm of the view that if you're able to contribute to policy making, then it means that you have to have a certain level of awareness and understanding of the issues. And I said awareness and understanding, because it's possible for you to have awareness. Everybody have heard about social media and so on. But what are the implications for you as a young person, as part of the youth? So we have to move from beyond awareness to understanding. And it's through forums like these that we hope to increase the understanding of the youth. All right? So I want to say thank you very much for being a part of this morning's program. I want to thank the schools for allowing you to come and being a part. I also like to thank your parents for allowing you to come as well. I know that when the minister was speaking, Minister Ford, he tried to emphasize the positive nature of the internet and the fact that we should be using the internet and focusing on the positive. I know that when the question was raised that how many students are using the internet for education, I didn't see many shows of hands. I was very, very disappointed with that, because we are aware that the internet is a tremendous source for education. You can educate yourself about everything, almost anything. So next time we have a gathering like this, I would like to see more individuals, more students raising their hands when we talk about education. This morning we introduced you to 3 basic topics really. We talk about gaming and some of the implications of gaming. We talk about the internet and education. And we talk about internet as an opportunity for business creation. Education and business creation is a positive side. Gaming is a positive side as well because people are actually using gaming for economic gains. So they're all positive, but as someone who is involved in the promotion of innovation and has a mandate for innovation promotion, I must make a comment about the innovative side of the internet. I think that we have to be more innovative in the use of the internet, and we have to be more innovative in using the internet for creating either new or improved ways of doing things, and that is by definition innovation, okay? It's about new and improved ways of doing things. And I know that the presenter this morning, the artist, would have mentioned one of the ways that you can identify to become an entrepreneur, which is really about problem solving, is really about identifying an issue that is a problem for someone or some agency, some individual, and trying to come up with a solution for it. And I want to tell you that you're not too young to come up with a solution, okay? There are persons on the internet, individuals, teenagers that have come up with all types of solutions. In fact, only recently I was on the internet, I didn't know that there was a teenager somewhere in Eastern Europe that's actually come up with a mobile application to get people to laugh, or to get you to resist laughing. This might sound crazy, right? But it has gone viral actually, and that young person, that young man is actually doing quite well with that particular app, where he gives you a number of things to get you to laugh and so on, and people are always trying to resist the temptation to laugh, right? And they're taking photographs and all that, but in the end, he gets you to laugh, but nonetheless, the actual application have gone viral. So I just wanted to give you that as an example in which you can contribute. You're not too young. There are teenagers that are doing things for the internet. They're doing innovative things. So it starts here. I'd like to say that, remember that this is just an introduction. This is just one example. You can actually build on this. I hope that this has sparked your interest. I hope that for some of you, it becomes a kind of like a turning point for you, that now you can say, you know something, I want to be part of this revolution. I want to be part of what is taking place out there. And I'm going to use this as a catalyst to explore and get more information and be a part of this thing. So that hopefully somewhere down the road, if we are able to track your progress, I don't know if we've taken names, but if we're able to track you, that we can say that you can say, you know something, I attended Barbados and the Caribbean first Internet Governance Forum that was held at the Barbados Community College on the 2nd of July 2008. And I was really inspired by what I heard, and what was fed to me and what was disseminated to me. And, it piqued my interest in the whole internet and ICTs and so on. And that is where I decided I want to be X, Y, and Z, which is really a career in terms of technology and all that is the whole world of technology, which is a. Just those few words to you students, but at this point in time, we want to take the opportunity to thank some persons for being part of the forum. As you know, an event like this, there are several persons that are involved in order to make it successful. And I also know that one of the goals of the Internet Society for Barbados is multi-stakeholder involvement. And I think that this forum was also an example of multi-stakeholder involvement. We had the participation from the Ministry of Education, the Media Resource Department. We have to thank them. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, all of those who have gone before. Not all of you are here right now, but we have to thank you. And in that, I'd like to say a special thanks to Monica, who is here with us from Cisco. She has come all the way from Florida to be part of our program this morning. So thank you very much. Thank you also to the Caribbean Science Foundation in the form of Danielle. She's here as a moderator, and they're also going to be displaying some of the work of the Caribbean Science Foundation as part of the exhibit. Thank you very much. Am I left out anybody? We also like to thank the Ministry of Youth, the minister who is not here, for agreeing to give the opening remarks at the beginning. And I must say that it was at short notice, so we're very pleased that the minister was able to grant our wishes and to be present. And I think to give an excellent speech, really encouraging the young people to use the internet as a force of good. We know that there's the negative side, but we want to downplay that, okay? You have to be aware of it and conscious of it and make sure you don't get trapped in it, but we're going to be positive and look to use it in a positive way. I'd also like to thank the Person Department, my colleague and the president of the Internet Society of Barbados, Mr. Taylor, who worked very hard to bring this program into some measure of success, even to put the program together. I know that many days we were under pressure, right? But thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, for all you've done. And also your staff as well, the staff of the Person Department. Must be thanked. Yeah. Thanks to the schools. I think I've mentioned for the students, but yeah, you're also representatives of the schools, so you have to thank the schools, for allowing you to come out this morning. And so what I think was an excellent session. I think that we have definitely achieved our objective. We hope to have more of these events coming down. And if the events, some of you I know are going to be in school for maybe another couple of years, so we want to see you participate in future events like this, okay? And we want you to also be ambassadors. We want you to go back and spread the word amongst your friends, those of you who weren't here, either your colleagues at schools and even your playmates at home and about, right? So spread them about the good news and about the valuable experience that you've had this morning. I hope that I haven't left out anybody, but if I've left out any agency or individual who have made a significant contribution to the organization of this event this morning, let me say thanks to you. Thanks to the, will I call you MC or what have you? Thanks to Janelle King, a member of ISOP as well, for her work this morning. Yes, we also like to thank the staff at BCC for this lovely facility, which I think served the purpose. So just to say thanks to everyone and enjoy your lunch. You're invited to go to the exhibition afterwards to see some of what we have for you. Thank you.
Okay, we're back to that time again. Giveaway time. Okay, I hope my people, you were paying attention, students. What does IGF stand for? I have no idea which one was first.
I think she was first.
Okay, all right then. Say it a bit louder for me, please. Oh, I'm sorry. For those persons online, you have to go to the mic. They need to hear it as well too. And the IT team is telling me make sure you guys go to the mic. So anybody else, so that the IT team will not be on me, please go to the mic. Exactly. Let us use our technology that's in the room. Hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Right, mic is not on.
It's not on.
Guys.
Hello. Oh, it's okay.
Internet Governance Forum.
You getting it?
Oh no, thank you.
Just one more time. Just we want to hit me here. One more time. Come on, one more time. You getting it?
Internet governance forum.
All right, come up here, collect your prize. Our next question is, when was the first forum held in Barbados? Okay, I have no idea who first. She's going to tell me who was first. I don't know.
I know I saw his hand first. I saw this gentleman here, Mr. Leonard's boy.
Okay.
Mr. Leonard's boy.
Just let me be very specific, right? When was the first forum? Not the youth forum. Okay, not the youth forum. Today is the first youth forum. When was the first forum held in Barbados? So, Daniela, who are we picking?
I saw the St. Leonard's student hand first.
Which one?
St. Leonard's guy.
Okay, St. Leonard's. Him, right? Okay.
Let me sit back so I can see everybody.
I know I done wrong work, but it was last year, June.
Okay. At least he saved himself. Okay, he saved himself. Thank you so much. Come collect your prize, man. Alrighty, ready. What's the name of Empress Zinga's business? Okay, Garrison students. Which one though? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. But make sure you say it with attitude there, because you see, I know. I tell you. When you just sit down, come for your prize. Okay, guys, we know we have another exciting part. We're heading to the exhibition, but just remind you that we have the mannequin challenge to do. We're going to do it inside the exhibition. And after, some of you who like to talk or have an exciting personality like mine, I need to do an interview with you, some of the students. I want to hear what you thought. And also, don't forget we had the song to do, okay? Remember I say that? No you, no me, but all are we? All right. So head to the exhibition, guys.
The match was supposed to be over. So we were getting that told, I know you guys.
The match was taking like 5-7 minutes. So